Secretary, please call roll.
Yes. Member Ryan?
Here.
Member Minnick?
Sorry, here.
Member Pritchett?
Here.
Member Morawski?
Here.
Member Vang?
Here.
Member Garcia? Member Wu?
We have a quorum. At this time, we are going to have the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led this evening by Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 4.2, our broadcast statement. This evening, our broadcast statement will be read by our new student board member trustee. And I would also love to take the opportunity to welcome you and give you a few minutes or however long you'd like to take to introduce yourself.
Please.
I planned for introduction during my board member report, but my name is Issa Sheikh. I'm an incoming senior at the Sacramento. I'll do the rest during student board member report.
Perfect. Well, it is a pleasure to have you join our board, student trustee Sheikh. And Superintendent Aguilar, did we provide our student trustee with our broadcast statement, or will someone on staff be reading? Perfect. Great.
All right. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, August 23rd at 6 p.m. and Monday, August 24th at noon, and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments, which are posted on our website, or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public were also provided the opportunity to speak to the board during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you so much, Board Member Sheikh. I want to welcome everyone this evening and share as we move on to our next agenda item that we are continuing to refine our process of our virtual board meetings. This evening will be the first where we are attempting not just public comment submitted in writing, but also an opportunity to allow our public commenters to hear their voices as part of their agendized items or public comment non-agendized items. We thank you for your patience as we navigate these technology challenges and hope to continue to board meeting in these unprecedented circumstances, improve our process and become more accessible as we do this work. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, 3 announcements out of closed session. In a settlement agreement regarding a special education matter, case number 202004057, the board approved by 6 affirmative votes, with the board president abstaining due to an unavoidable delay, which prevented the board president from participating in deliberations, and therefore the board president abstained. On the second item, which is also a settlement agreement regarding a special education matter, OH case number 202004028, by a unanimous 7-0 vote, the board approved that settlement agreement. Finally, under item 3.5, student record appeal, the board by a unanimous 7-0 vote determined to sustain the allegations challenging the content of the student record presented to the board in closed session pursuant to Administrative Regulation 5125.3 and Education Code 49070. That ends the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Student preferential vote? No, wonderful. Mr. Behrens, can you tell me, will we need to do roll call vote this evening given the virtual context?
Yes, it's on your agenda.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Behrens. Item 7.0, special presentation. Item 7.1, the opening of schools update, which will be provided by various members of our team in Sacramento City Unified. Victoria Flores, Ms. Villeda, Matt Turkey, and other staff from our Human Resources Department.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability here in Sacramento City Unified School District. I'll start tonight's presentation with an opening of schools update. The theme of tonight really builds on the presentation you saw back on July 16th, in which we did an overview of our health preparations and our safety preparations, and then of course focus extensively on our academic supports. If we go to the next slide. If we go to the next slide, please. And so ultimately, all these components will be covered tonight, plus several others. So we'll talk a bit more about our human capital plans, some of our student scheduling plans, and then ultimately come back to some of the things we discussed previously in terms of health and safety and academic supports. And we go to the next slide, please. So we've shared this vision statement now in multiple settings and at the last board meeting as well. What's really important about it is our focus in terms of our students who are most vulnerable, but equally important is recognizing that we must do everything in our power to mitigate the current pandemic. And so we're paying close attention to county health borders and making sure that whatever we do comes through the door of safety first. And then finally, as we think about our penultimate goal as a district, we're very focused on all learning models, meeting the needs of all students and mitigating learning loss. And so staff has spent significant time studying and applying best practices, not just in our region of Sacramento, but also across the nation as well. If we go to the next slide. We also have shared these guiding principles in multiple settings, and certainly all of them are very important and all of them are urgent. Perhaps in terms of tonight's presentation, I really will make light of guiding principle number 3, agility, because it really speaks to where we're at in our process, where we are as we're at individually as we continue to respond to the health crisis, and then where we are as an institution right now in terms of understanding the implications of as the emergent data evolves around how to best mitigate the safety issues in terms of responding to COVID-19. But equally important, we're also reinventing many of our processes, from enrollment to student scheduling to parent and family engagement. And even as we wrap up this presentation, you'll hear about our work to really aggressively meet the need of climate and culture as we think about a new way of living in this post-race social justice reckoning. If we go to the next slide, please. And so all of our plans are wrapped around our strategic vision of return together. And so we've shared this as a framework: return to play, return to nutrition, return to support, return to connect. And then the final 2 boxes where you see the actual boxes placed are 2 of the return together plans that we've actually publicly released: return to health and return to learn. And so obviously, as we finish the other plans, we'll be releasing those publicly as well. But just to give a sense that our return together plan is overarching, and then these are the strong pillars that make that plan come to life. If we go to the next slide, please. And so with that, I'll turn the presentation over to our Director of Student Supports and Health Services, Victoria Flores.
Good evening. And so I just wanted to ground us tonight in what the in-person reopening criteria that was established by CDPH. And so this criteria really calls for 2 weeks of our county being off the monitoring list. And just for some historical purposes, we've been on that monitoring list since June 24th. So the column on the left that you see are the criteria that the state has set. And the column on the right is where Sacramento County sits currently. Now, I'm sure we all were aware there were errors in the state data that caused all sorts of concern. They have been fixed now. And so our current case rate per 100,000 individuals is 140.2 is what's listed. That was about a day ago. We're right now at 145.4. So unfortunately, we've gone up a little bit. And you can see we actually meet this criteria. We have not dropped under that 100 cases per 100,000. But the good news is we're starting to meet the criteria in the other sections. So we are now down below that 8% positivity rate. We're at 7.2. Our hospitalizations are stabilizing, and we have plenty of ventilators available and ICU beds. And just for context, back when we started planning to reopen schools back in with Sac County Public Health and SCOE, Dr. Cassirier reminded us when she came, we were at about 10 to 30 cases a day, and our positivity rate was at about 1%. Aiming for. Next slide, please. And I just want to share, this is how we're going to get there. When we had those really low case rates, it's because we were all home. We were hunkered down and we weren't going out. Now that we have started to go out, these measures become even more critically important. And so I've brought them to you many times, and I just can't overstate enough how important that physical distancing and wearing our face masks are, the washing of our hands and doing that cough etiquette. But this last one's really critical too. If we think we're sick, we have to stay home. If someone in our household is sick and we're not sure if it's COVID, we need to stay home. Call our primary care physician. Or if we've been asked to quarantine or isolate, we really have to abide by those measures. This is how we will keep those rates low and ready. Next slide, please.
Good evening, and with that, since our last board update, the district has implemented a new health screening protocol for all sites across the district. This is in order to safely bring staff back on the campus as we get ready to begin the school year in distance learning. Sites have identified a central entry point and exit point at each site where mandatory daily health screenings will be performed. Staff and other essential visitors must sign in, document, and acknowledge that none of these 4 questions listed here pertain to them before they are allowed any further onto our campuses. Touchless thermometers are available for staff use, and other additional measures are being taken in order to ensure shared equipment at the entry point are not being shared. One example of this is we have a clean and dirty pen holder, so individuals can come in and grab a fresh, clean pen, complete the log, and put it in the dirty pen holder. And those pens are then disinfected before other people use them. Of course, staff must continue to adhere to all public health measures that Victoria just outlined while on our sites. In addition, these combined procedures are to be followed by everyone reporting to work in person every day. Additionally, the district has requested that all staff complete an online COVID-19 training that has been developed and shared by the school's insurance authority, SIA. This here is just one example of all the interdepartmental collaboration that's taking place within the district in order to thoughtfully create and maintain environments focused on health and safety measures needed to secure the academic, social, emotional, and nutritional needs of our students at this time. And with that, I'll turn the next slide over to Ms. Kelsey Netterveld.
Good evening. So we are continuing to serve students throughout the month of August. When at the end of the month, the meal flexibilities from USDA will end at the end of this month. So beginning when school starts on September 3rd, we will need to offer meals through the National School Lunch and School Breakfast program. What that means is currently in August, we're able to serve children 0 to 18 free meals of charge, no enrollment necessary, no paperwork, and no ID. Once school starts on September 3rd, we will be required by USDA to offer meals to enrolled students only. Enrollment verification documents will be required for our families, which I'll get to shortly. USDA does require that nutrition programs track student enrollment and meal eligibility. Those students who do not qualify for free meals will be charged for their meal account. We've had to purchase technology for curbside implementation, and we're also committed to serving charter schools as well as child care, Head Start, child development programs, but they also will need to be verified upon receiving meals starting September 3rd. Luckily, there is legislation right now that has been introduced to the House on the federal level for the Pandemic Child Hunger Prevention Act, which would provide universal free meals during COVID. That is something that we are actively legislating for and advocating for with our current local elected officials. During distance learning, we will and are committed to providing curbside meal service 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We will cover all 5 days of distance learning, so families will receive multiple meals. Students who are enrolled at community eligibility sites will receive meals free of charge. Students who are enrolled at non-CEP school sites must apply and qualify in order to receive free and reduced meals. Those, like I mentioned, who don't qualify will be charged for lunches only, as Sac City offers universal breakfast. We are planning to be open at 44 of our 80 school sites. School sites were determined based on current meal counts, when they were open, when school closures were closed, as well as spread out throughout the trustee areas of the district. We are working on communications to our families with the communications office. We do plan to send enrollment verification letters in the coming weeks. Those will have barcode and student ID numbers, and those can be presented to our nutrition staff to obtain meals. We are getting the information out as quickly as we can. We're also offering a grace period for the first couple of weeks so our families can get associated and used to the new process. They can also bring student ID cards, class schedules, and other enrollment documents so that they can prove verification enrollment within the district. And on to that, I will pass to the next slide.
So again, really emphasizing the notion of agility. We've had the opportunity to recently hear back from many of our families in terms of their expectations of learning options. And so you'll see, in terms of the headlines of this survey, which was completed from July 27th to August 10th, we had just under 23,000 unduplicated parent guardian responses. Important to note that as we're opening in distance learning, we know that from the survey results, as conditions become safer, 68% of the respondents would prefer a blended learning or in-person option. And then as we think about, the notion of being able to have families be ready for instruction, 80% reported that a student has a computer at home available for distance learning, and 82% have specified that they have internet access, which we know is really critical as we enter this phase of distance learning for the fall. Staff will speak in a moment about some of the other efforts underway to close those gaps in terms of making sure that every student is in the best position possible to be successful. With that, I'll turn it over to the Human Resources team to take us through the next 2 slides.
Good evening. As we continue to prepare for the first day of school, we would like to highlight some of HR's efforts. We have filled 121 certificated vacancies, noting here that we've had a lot of internal movement, which is directly related to the number of transactions we have completed throughout the summer, all in preparation for the first day of school. Secondly, we are proud to report that as of today, our classroom fill rate is at 98%. Since March, we have all had to adjust. One of our adjustments is our mitigation to a virtual new employee orientation. We would like to highlight that we've had 66 employees successfully complete the new employee orientation. As you are aware, each year and throughout the year, we have employees utilize leave of absences entitlement. To date, we've processed 146. Important to note here, we're working closely with principals to assist sites in securing fully credentialed substitutes to serve our sites in the absence of employees. We currently have about 197 fully credentialed substitutes ready to go in the event that we need them on the first day of school. To that end, we recently conducted a survey of our employees, and my colleague, Christina Villegas, will share our initial results. Next slide.
This slide reflects some of the results of the Notice of Intent to Return to Work notification that was sent yesterday, August 19th, to district employees. This Notice of Intent to Return to Work was important to send out as we continue to prepare for an eventual return to school in the form of blended or other models. As we work hard to prepare for the time when we are able to safely welcome our students back to campuses, this information is needed to help facilitate planning. As you can see, we received over 500 responses by midday yesterday, with 75 employees indicating a need for an accommodation by either working remotely from work and or being physically at work. From midday yesterday to 4 p.m. today, we received an additional 300 responses for a total of 829, with 94 indicating a need for an accommodation. The 94 employees will be contacted to engage in the interactive process to further discuss their request for an accommodation. Next slide.
So the next couple of slides will give you a sense of the work we've done to really make more resources available to support our families, because as we know, this has been a dramatic shift for our students, our staff, and of course, obviously our families. And this slide provides in context of some of the upcoming professional learning targeted in support of the start of school. And so there's the basics in terms of Zoom, Google Classroom, and then direct support to sites as requested. And then the next two items really point to resources that we're looking to make available. And back to my point about agility, once we go to the next slide, you'll see actually a beta version of a web page, which is right here in front of you, of a web page that has not yet launched, but is within 1 to 2 days of launching. And this really is meant to be a one-stop shop for our families. As you look at it, it really provides many resources in terms of requesting a computer, internet resources, technical support, back to school information. We have a parent toolkit, which includes a variety of information sources for our parents. And then obviously really allows parents, families, students to jump into this distance learning world that we're entering. Again, this is still in beta version because obviously we want to test it and make sure that it works well and that it works every time for every parent who uses it. But this is something we're looking forward to launching within the next 1 to 2 working days. And we're really excited to have this resource and appreciative to the departments that contributed to the information and content, and then obviously to our communications team and our webmaster for making this come to life. The next slide just shows that we already have this technology available on our district website, so it will be available in multiple languages. And so obviously trying to focus on making sure all parents have access to this information. And with that, we'll dig deeper in some of our distribution strategies for families. And Chad Schweitzer, our instructional assistant superintendent, will take the next slide.
Good evening. I'm here tonight with Tu Mua, my partner. We're going to give you an update on Chromebook distribution and internet connectivity access for our students. In compliance with SB 98 and Education Code 43503A1, we're ensuring there's access for all students who need a device and connectivity to participate in distance learning before school starts. We're collecting data in multiple ways. As previously shared this evening, the Learning Options Survey provided us with data pertaining to students' access to devices and connectivity at home. We specifically asked those following questions. Does your student have a computer to participate in distance learning? And do you need internet service? Families are submitting requests for devices and connectivity via the district's web form process. And also our sites are communicating with families as well. Technology Services has created a new distance learning tab in Infinite Campus to input and monitor device and connectivity data on a weekly basis so we can monitor that at the site level. The attendance and engagement team distributed Chromebooks to students throughout the summer and supported with distribution of the Sac City Kids Connect codes to families who are in need. And the IS team is supporting all of our principals who are currently preparing to distribute Chromebooks and connectivity resources to students during material distribution days to ensure there is one-to-one access for all students in need prior to the start of school. Next slide, thank you.
So thank you, Chad. So we have been working closely with Chad's team and the FACE team because student and family engagement is now even more interconnected with distance learning happening at home. Last March, when schools closed, we identified nearly 1,700 students who were unreachable or had zero engagement during spring distance learning. As of today, we have connected with all but 110 of those students, and we have not stopped trying. Over the summer, the Be Here team conducted nearly 400 home visits, connecting with over 800 students and families. With every student contact, we assess for basic needs, connectivity, deliver devices and Wi-Fi codes when needed, and check in to make sure that everyone is doing okay. Our office has a phone line that's answered by a live person to support and answer questions or guide them to the right department. We also know that clear and concise communication is key to a smooth start of the school year. So we'll be sending two-way text communications to all of our families and 8,000 hard copy letters to students who don't have working phone numbers to provide important first day of school information, like how to log in, where to get help. And we're also going to point families to that amazing New Start Here website that Vincent mentioned, with the parent toolkit and our digital binder that was created by our wonderful communications team. The FACE team will be coordinating with schools to plan pre-start to school events to clarify expectations, support parents and guardians, and welcome families while focusing on outreach to our most vulnerable groups. Engagement is the key to learning. This year, students will not be physically present on campus, so it's even more important that we get them connected now. Next slide.
I can't get the video to work, but my name is Kenneth McPeters, Director of Enrollment, and what you're seeing here on this slide is the adjustments that we have made in the Enrollment Center to help families during this COVID process. Parents now currently have online registration available to them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And once their applications are submitted online, a technician does respond to them by email. We've also opened up our Enrollment Center lobby. It's been open since April. Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Parents can pick up hard copy applications and drop them off for preschool, early kinder, and kinder through 12th grade. And those packets are processed each day at the close of the day. We've also will be starting school registration on August 24th through September 4th, where parents can go to the school sites as well, pick up and drop off paper applications as well. Our Matriculation Orientation Center is also currently monitoring the phone lines where parents can actually leave messages and get responses in their desired language. Next slide.
Good evening. I'm Doug Husher, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support, and tonight I'll provide an update on our Youth Development 2021 Plan for Programming. I'm sharing this information on behalf of Manpreet Kaur, who, after hitting the ground running in her new director position, is taking a much-deserved 2-day vacation. Expanded Learning is developing programming that supports students in 4 different areas. The Youth Development Office works with each site principal to develop a plan that is most appropriate for that particular school community. These 4 areas of support include 1, providing assistance during synchronous and asynchronous distance learning. New guidelines from the state allow for expanded learning work to happen concurrently with regular day and hybrid learning. The second area could be running expanded learning programs during traditional after-school hours. This would be after 3 p.m. where students participate in enrichment opportunities like music and dance classes, or where they could get tutorial support. A third way is providing resources, guidance, and assistance to vulnerable students and their families. This would be making phone calls to unreachable students, home visits, providing social and emotional support, providing information to our families. And the fourth new way is one called Learning Hubs, and I'll share more about that in just a second. Youth Development will continue credit recovery courses and at the high school level. So about Learning Hubs, these would operate under new guidelines by CDE, which allows CBOs to operate programs to serve vulnerable students at the elementary level. This is under daycare provisions. And so under these provisions, it is allowed for EL students, special ed students, children of essential workers, foster students, students experiencing homeless, all to participate in this program. Protocols must be in alignment with those issued by the Department of Social Services for childcare during this pandemic. Based on the needs of our most vulnerable students, the district is pursuing this with great interest right now. So some important points to note would be, 1, we're working with Sacramento Chinese, who serves over 30 of our schools, on really developing this concept that is new. The aim here would be to pilot at 3 sites as we kick off our year. Expanded Learning very much operates as an extension of regular school day in close partnership with principals, so we need to develop this with our site leaders. Essentially, under this model, up to 30 to 40 students per site could be served. The camp would run 6 hours a day. Staff with the student ratio would be 10 to 1 or lower. Staff will adjust schedule according to synchronous and asynchronous instruction and will provide support during that instruction time. And then priority, of course, would be given to students and families that I mentioned earlier. So foster youth, students experiencing homelessness, students receiving special ed services, and other vulnerable groups. This programming could support up to 2,000 students if fully developed. This is new work with many challenges around staffing, around health and safety, and legal considerations. So we're working through that at this time. As with any programming that would move forward, it would only move forward with the appropriate approval from Sac County Public Health. Currently, like I said, we're working with our principals to understand their interest in development of this. Finally, the city of Sacramento is also exploring the notion of supporting day camps. We anticipate that these camps will offer an opportunity to about 100 of our students. The program will run from September to December. This would be free of charge, all-day program designed for students in SCUSD, Twin Rivers, and Robla school districts. As shared early, the youth development team is using multiple models and structures to help make sure our students are connected, supported by caring adults, and receive the academic and social emotional support needed for wellness. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Christina Espinoza for the next slide.
Good evening, everyone. So scheduling for us is looking a little differently this year. So per direction of the Sacramento Department of Public Health, we were asked to cohort students to the best of our abilities. So cohorting is a strategy to prevent essentially the spread of COVID-19. So the strategies work by keeping groups of individuals together. So in this case, we're referring to teachers and students. So we're limiting the physical proximity and between students and teachers and cohorts. So the sites have been working very, very hard over the last few months, as this is a pretty complicated process. In the secondary space especially. So we're trying our very best to mitigate some of the risk factors by ensuring that students are in the appropriate courses that they need. We're not trying to limit access either for A through G, college admissions purposes, or graduation, while still maintaining their elective course offerings, for example, but it's a very complicated process. So we're doing our very best. So cohorting it's important because it'll decrease the opportunities for exposure of transmission of COVID-19. It'll break the chain of transmission, and it'll reduce the contacts with shared services. It'll also facilitate efficient contact tracing in the event of a positive case, and it'll allow for targeted COVID-19 testing, quarantine, and/or isolation of a single cohort if in the event that there is a positive case with the cohort. Next slide. And Victoria.
Hi there. So just like Mr. Harris reminded us to be agile, we expected guidelines from California Department of Public Health and Sac County Public Health. And at about 4:30 p.m. tonight, we received an email from Sac County Public Health outlining some of this. So some potentially allowable activities, and they actually do address this in their note, are one-to-one assessments and evaluations for special education, initial English language learner assessments, and then emergency mental health supports. Of course, they reiterate that everything needs to be virtual as much as possible, but that these specific activities are allowable. They did not address outdoor classrooms or learning activities at this time. In fact, they reiterated that students may not be on campus at this time unless they're one of these three activities. They also did indicate that around mid-September, they will consider waivers as we watch those county monitoring indicators come down. So, we're going to study this guidance a little closer tonight, but this is just how quickly things are changing. Thank you. And I believe our Chief Academic Officer will start on the next slide.
Good evening. Such an honor to be here. I've shared at our previous board meeting and also at the virtual town hall some of the key elements of the work that we're doing in our distance learning plan. And you remember that our work in distance learning is to really operationalize that SB 98 into a high quality distance learning experience for each and every one of our learners. I want to acknowledge, as I have before, that our spring crisis teaching was not what our children deserve. There was distance doing, assigning work and projects without the instruction that our students need to be successful. We also know that we have to address much needed improvements in our service to our students that were occurring prior to our COVID crisis. We are not going to let this crisis go to waste. This is our chance, our one chance for true systemic improvements and much needed change. So let's take a moment and think about what we're doing in distance learning. I've shared some of the particulars, but I want us all to consider what we've been doing across this last month and what's important for our plan. With high quality first instruction being a powerful driver for equity, our teachers will use our scope and sequence documents to ensure that our students have access to the priority standards that each and every child must master. Our incredible training specialist team designed a 6-step process to deconstruct our standards into learning intentions, and they integrated the universal design for learning to provide powerful access for each and every one of our learners. Once our kids have safely acclimated to their new learning environment and space, we have to assess our students using a common assessment profile to best understand their strengths and to be able to adjust our instructional practices to meet their needs through targeted small group instruction. We designed aligned site leader and teacher professional learning to weave a really strong fabric for high quality first instruction. And we are prepared to offer our teaching team all of the professional learning support they will need to be successful with each and every student. For our students who are receiving special education supports, who, as you know, are first and foremost general education students, there will be increased accountability and noticeable increased interaction with teachers and service providers that includes small group targeted support. IEP amendments will document how services are being provided to meet student needs during distance learning. And service providers will document their direct service with students using service delivery logs. This very day today, our site leaders all participated in training on the increased expectations and service to our students receiving special education support. Next slide, please. As we continue with distance learning this fall, we need to equip our teachers and leaders with that aligned learning to be able to deliver excellent instruction online. And we need to disrupt the status quo of our systemic inability to meet the needs of all of our kids, especially our most vulnerable. To achieve this aim, we need to give our leaders and our teachers access to high quality professional learning. Leaders all this month have been participating in live synchronous professional learning so that they can be supportive of teachers and in building their capacity. We focused on Google Classroom use and organization, the use of instructional technology tools to build relationships at a distance. We've even helped our leaders to learn how to choose the right tool for the task. We focused on universal design for learning as a blueprint to a plan and to deliver lessons for success for each and every student. The use of a revised scope and sequence document in both ELA and math, which focus on the priority standards we know our kids need to master. We've also deeply focused this month on helping our principals to learn the social emotional learning mini lessons and all the tools that we've built to build a community at a distance and an orientation to the district common assessments and how to administer them online. We are planning to bring these very same professional learning sessions that are then directed to teachers, to all of our teachers, and we're prioritizing specific sessions for live synchronous instruction so that we can model high quality interactive and engaging distance learning that each and every one of our students deserve. Now I'd love for you to hear from our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction who has been so deeply engaged in this work. Mr. Matt Turkey will now share how we will be sure we are effectively meeting every student's need.
Good evening. My name is Matt Turkey, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and I am here this evening to talk to you about our district common assessments. SB 98 calls for assessments during learning and throughout the school year that evaluate how students are progressing both in the moment and over time to address learning loss before and after the school closure. To this point, we know that it is important to diagnose students' unfinished learning at the start of the year so that we can identify areas where we need to intentionally accelerate learning for students, which would occur in just-in-time small group targeted sessions. We also know, however, that before we give students any type of assessment, that we must spend some time addressing student trauma, building trusting relationships, and activating students' prior knowledge. As such, we are asking our teachers to take time to build those relationships before administering our assessments at the beginning of the school year. It is also important to note, and important for our students to know especially, that the results of these assessments are not a determination of a student's ability or potential, but rather a tool for teachers and leaders to understand what students know and are able to do at any particular point in time and how they are progressing over time. So back to the assessments themselves. There are a total of 3 sets of foundational skills assessments for students in grades K, 1, and 2. After the beginning of the year assessments, we have 2 math and 2 to 3 ELA interim assessments in each grade level. There are 2 school climate surveys for students in grades 3 through 12, the first in October and the second in March. And finally, we have the suite of assessments from the College Board, the PSAT 8-9, the PSAT 10, and the SAT for students in 11th grade. These students must be taken in person and as such are scheduled for the spring. Thank you. I will now hand over to Maisie Lee and Mark Carnero.
Thank you and good evening. Given our current context, when we reopen schools, we cannot return to a climate and culture that is normal. As we all know, normal was not working for all of our students and families. We acknowledge that a clear and explicit call to action will be necessary in order to best heal and have a community where our students, families, and staff feel a sense of belonging. With that in mind, our call to action for climate and culture is this. We approach this work with racial humility and a recognition that we have failed to address systemic racism. We are committed to a sustained journey of explicit and purposeful learning, reflection, and practice of eradicating systemic racism in our Sac City schools. We understand that there is no right path, but we must stay the course in having these difficult conversations, even when the conversation is uncomfortable. Together, we can build collective efficacy to continue to cultivate belonging for all. Next slide, please. As an initial starting place to grow into and foundational to our path towards healing, we will be opening our new learning hub, the Anti-Racist Classroom. This is a virtual space that will be made available for educators in Sac City to learn from a wide variety of curated resources and experts in the field, to reflect and connect with each other in virtual space, and to deepen their toolbox for healing and building a community of belonging. We acknowledge that this is a beginning step, and we plan to build upon this initial offering in our journey toward true justice and healing for our community. Next slide, please. Building a collective efficacy to establish positive culture and climate will require all of us to deeply investigate how we show up for each other. Collective efficacy starts with every adult in our system, cultivating a sense of focused or mindful awareness of how they show up for themselves, for others, and for our system. In addition to the Anti-Racist Learning Hub, we will also continue to deepen adult learning around the science of the brain and trauma. We're planning professional learning opportunities for our leaders and teachers with Turnaround for Children to focus on helping educators better understand and implement healing-centered practices around establishing safe routines, cultivating positive relationships, and nurturing a sense of resilience. In the classrooms, we have put together a series of mini lessons for our educators that connect social emotional learning mini lessons daily community and relationship building activities with an explicit connection to equity and the social justice standards borrowed from teaching tolerance. Next is Dr. Mark Carneros.
Thank you, Marcy. Good evening. My name is Dr. Mark Carnero, and I'll be giving an update on ethnic studies. The 2021 school year poses unprecedented challenges for our students, families, and community. We are fighting a new global pandemic while confronting an ongoing history of systemic racism. A few months ago, our students, from our youngest TK scholars to our graduating seniors, were forced to witness the police murders of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and Breonna Taylor on their TV screens, computers, and social media feeds. For some, this experience was a new one, and for others, it was a haunting reminder of the intergenerational violence and state-sanctioned lynchings that have targeted people of color in this country for centuries. Some of our students joined protests, some had conversations with friends and family, and others were left to face the issue alone. This was happening amongst the backdrop of a pandemic that has disproportionately impacted Black and Latinx communities. The trauma that our students experienced was real. The compounded traumatic stress that their minds and bodies are carrying is heavy. Our classrooms, whether in person or online, need to be spaces for healing. Our district-wide ethnic studies program is cultivating a space where 9th grade students can begin this process of healing and liberation. Our teachers have worked tirelessly to develop curricula that encourages students to explore their intersectional identities, celebrate their community's cultural wealth, investigate the missing histories of people of color, challenge oppressive social institutions and structures, all the while catalyzing the development of anti-racist mindsets. Importantly, one of the units in the course focuses on coalition building and inter-ethnic solidarity movements centered on resistance against white supremacy, capitalism, and patriarchy. In times like these, with a district as diverse as ours, our students need powerful examples of communities standing up against unjust systems to create radical change towards social justice. There is a distinct form of healing produced from understanding your community's resilience, strength, and power. This is what our ethnic studies teachers are trying to do in their classrooms. In order to do this more effectively, our teachers have voiced the need for more resources, more professional learning opportunities, support for the development of ethnic studies learning standards and common assessments, and collaborative planning time to address both the curricula and adjusting teaching to distance learning. Fully understanding that this is a time of resource scarcity, I hope that we can find creative solutions to continue to support our teachers. Our ethnic studies teachers have a vast reach and influence. We are one of the few districts in California that has ethnic studies as a graduation requirement for all high school students. About 3,000 new students every year will receive this critical education. We moved ahead of the proposed AB 331 ethnic studies high school grad requirement. We are now in alignment to prepare our students for the newly approved AB 1460 legislation, which made ethnic studies a graduation requirement for all CSUs. Though this year will be a challenging one, our ethnic studies classrooms will continue to be a space that affirms that Black lives matter while encouraging critical thinking, self-empowerment, and positive identity development. It is our hope that students who move on from our program will carry that with them a foundation built on hard skills that has the capacity to support a community-centered, anti-racist, social justice view of the world in front of them. With that, I'll pass it on to Vincent.
As we wrap up this evening's presentation, the theme of the next steps really speaks to the agility that you heard in many of the conversations this evening as we continue to refine, but also implement our new way of doing business to a large degree as we continue to respond to the health conditions, but equally important, respond to the needs of our students. And ultimately, this slide really speaks to the sprint ahead. Very few things, of course, are set completely at this point as we approach September 3rd, but many things are taking shape. And so as we think about the next 2+ weeks, as we prepare for the reopening of schools, district staff is ready for the challenge and excited to meet the challenge of providing what we can, the best that we can for our students, our families, and that broader community. And with that, I'll end the presentation and turn it over to the board.
Thank you, Vincent, and thank you to the rest of the team for your thorough presentation and work. We are going to have about 15 minutes for Q&A. We are running behind this evening from board members. So I'm going to ask, as a way to ensure that we all have an opportunity to ask the most pressing questions, that you limit your initial questions to 2 minutes. If we can get through all of the board member questions and 2 questions and 2 minutes each, then we can circle back. So I'm going to ask with that for a show of board member hands for comments and questions. We have one from board member Pritchett, followed by board member Garcia, followed by board member Morawski.
President Ryan, do we need to do public comment?
Thank you for the reminder, Board Member Pritchett. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 3 live comments and 3 written comments. And we will start with the live comments. The first is from Junior Goris. Is he? Oh, it looks like he has left the virtual room. So we'll go on to Liz Guillen.
And do we have Liz? You know what we might do, Ms. Moretti, is we could read the written public comments while you queue up the people in the virtual room.
Okay. And the third is Teresa Flores. And I will read the, I will set the timer and read the 3 public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti.
The first is from Monica Harvey, and she also submitted this for closed session item 3.2. And it says, on July 16, 2020, I asked you to reach an agreement with SCTA before the start of school in the fall, so that instead of wondering what the year entails, teachers and aides could begin training and lesson planning for the students. Students, including students receiving special education services, need equitable learning across the district. Now that it is 2 weeks before school starts, it is unfortunate that an agreement still hasn't been reached. Special education teachers and related service providers need 3 to 5 weeks before or at the start of the 2021 school year to schedule and hold meetings to completely and correctly finish IEPs and distance learning paperwork. We need time to detail what the distance learning looks like for each individual student with special needs. The district has to be one in which teachers want to teach and students want to learn. Please bargain in good faith and reach an agreement with SCTA and SEIU before the start of the school in the fall. And the second comment is sent by Sacramento Act. And it says, Dear Superintendent Aguilar and Board President Ryan, the local organizing committee of Sacramento Act respectfully submits these comments to the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan VI 1.5 plan for your consideration in your discussion of Board Agenda Item 7.1 regarding the opening of schools update. Sacramento Act is a powerful, multiracial, multi-faith organization advocating a transformation of our community rooted in our shared faith values. We equip ordinary people to effectively identify and change conditions to create justice and equity. Sacramento Act's members include over 56 congregations, schools, and neighborhood groups representing 60,000 families in Sacramento County. We appreciate the tone and tenor of the district's plan, exemplified by the introductory description of the school's community situation, acknowledging the dire and inequitable impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, its exacerbation of already existing inequalities, compounded by the institutional racism that exists in our school system, recently lifted up through the Black Lives Matter movement. We thank the district for acknowledging the need to, quote, to deeply examine and understand our own implicit biases and positions of power and privilege, to build our cultural competence, and to integrate into our curriculum the teaching and learning of social justice, anti-racism, and social and emotional learning, unquote. We agree and want to support the district in reaching its vision, especially to, quote, disrupt the status quo in a way that results not just in mitigating learning loss, but increasing learning standards and accountability. In this spirit, we respectfully submit these comments and urge you to work harder with the other adults in the district to make your plan real and go beyond the words on paper. And the last written public comment is from DLAC Council, Lova, Ayla, Santa Maria, Liana Sanchez, and Valia Mercado. And it says, On August 18, opportunity to provide input on the draft learning continuity and attendance plan was emailed to community members that have an active email address on file. Below the banner, there is a sentence, quote, translations of this message are available in Spanish, Hmong, Chinese, and Vietnamese, unquote. This sentence should be presented in each of the languages listed and in every correspondence referring to translation or interpretation services. A quick note about website language accessibility, the quote, learn how to translate this page, unquote, instructions on the district website need to translate and present in our top 5 languages because reading the directions in English is not helpful for viewers requiring language support to translate the directions to learn, quote, learn how to translate this page, unquote. Providing this information in English without translation does not provide language accessibility. Regarding the opportunity to provide input on the draft LCA plan email, the format of the QR codes provided by language is not QR friendly. The images of the QR codes are displayed too closely to one another. When you try to scan a QR code for the draft plan or comment form by language, the QR reader tries to process different codes at once, and it is challenging to navigate to the desired document. The table outlining QR codes by draft plan or comment form and language needs to be translated within the newsletter. Anything referencing interpretation or translation should have also been translated within the communication to include both the translated language and English for accessibility, such as Espanol, Spanish, and Formulario de Comentarios comment form. Also, while reading the Spanish draft plan provided, the language is unfamiliar. That's the last of the written comments. So is Junior Goras back in the list? No. I have Liz Guillen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Liz.
Oh, awesome. It works. Great. Thank you. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Thank you very much for providing Zoom participation at the board meeting. It is an improvement in access for public participation. I have 2 comments about the district's learning continuity plan. I'm aware that assessment for the reclassification of English learners is not done well in the district. DLAC comments on all prior LCAPs have expressed deep frustration with the district's failure to assess and reclassify English learners. The learning continuity plan should be transparent about the changes the district will make in working with teachers and families to ensure assessment and reclassification of English learners. In addition, the plan should articulate the district's plan for ensuring that English learners have the supports necessary to access the full curriculum. We recommend a presentation to the community on this process, one that includes the specific ways this is included in the district distance learning plan. The 2019-20 Local Control and Accountability Plan indicates that teacher professional development for English language development was not fully implemented, nor were instructional materials for ELD fully provided. The learning continuity plan needs to be much clearer on how the district will implement the state's English language development standards, as well as provide sufficient instructional materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guillen. Do we have any other live public comments?
Yes, the third and last person was Teresa Flores. We're seeing if she is online. She is online.
Yes, I am. I'm right here. Thank you. So thanks again. I'd like to reiterate Liz's comment about making the live participation. I think it's a improvement in access and transparency. And so my comments are going to focus, we submitted them in writing as well through the letter we submitted earlier today, but I want to highlight some of the recommendations that we have around the mental health and social emotional well-being of students. I think particularly during this time that students, a lot of students are reporting feeling isolated and lonely, and dealing with the transitions of not seeing their friends at school. I think these are particularly important. So we have some recommendations around the SEL lessons. We appreciate and support the plan to include SEL lessons into instruction. And our idea of this is that it is canned. That's our understanding. SEL curriculum provided weekly. We recommend that deeper community building activities be planned on a daily basis, such as check-in circles for students to actually make connections in the virtual setting. We would also not want to see this responsibility fall only on teachers, but think that there's a role that classified staff and other staff can play on this. We support the focus on racial and social justice for the SCUSD community. We believe that the plan states these supports, and specifically the web pages on SEL for distance learning and beyond an anti-racist classroom are available. We have some questions about how the district will ensure that they are actually used and not just available. And really, at the end of the day, how they will be implemented if it is not required. We've unfortunately seen, great ideas before that in the implementation part don't end up making it all the way. So we believe this is really critical.
Thank you for your comments, Ms.
Thank you.
Ford.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thanks.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and take board member comments. Once again, I just want to let everyone know we're significantly behind on this item, but I want to give this fair time and consideration, given this is the #1 most pressing question on the minds of all of our families, parents, and students throughout Sacramento. So if you can please raise your hand and limit your questions to 2. Ms. Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. My 2 questions are, the first question is about the students that were have not been contacted. And I wanted to find out what resources we have used within our district to try to contact them. And if we try to also reach out to the parent-teacher home visits to ask them to help with the contact of these families. That's my first question.
Hi, I'll take that. Yeah, I can take that first question. Hi, Christina. So we haven't been working directly with parent-teacher home visit. I know Gretchen is coming back in the next couple of weeks. She has a little bit of a later start. But what we have done is we reached out to our partners at Department of Human Assistance, actually cross-referenced all of our addresses and contact information. So some of these students that we haven't reached have actually moved outside of the district. We just haven't been able to get in touch with them. So what's going to happen is we've conducted almost all of our home visits. We'll finish, we're actually not going to do it tomorrow because of the air, but we'll finish next week. And then once we get those students' names, the remaining students that we haven't contacted, we'll send them out to the school site so that they can finish that connection. Because at this point in time, the district has really exhausted all of the resources that we have here, and the school sites have those relationships. They have the people on staff that can make those connections. And hopefully what we're seeing is that these 89 students have moved out of the district. We haven't just lost connection, and that we will find out where they are.
I kind of figured that was the case. I just wanted to make sure we cleared that up. And you guys are doing a fabulous job on reaching out to those families. Great job to the staff.
Thanks, Christina.
The second question I had was, I know we talked about the targeted support that we had for our students, but I wanted to know, do we have targeted support systems in place for our teachers as well as we move forward with distance learning?
That's a really great question. And I think, as you heard, we just shared that we've been training and spending a lot of time with principals this month. And in everything that we're doing with principals, what we're doing is building their ability to be able to support their teachers. So our targeted support for teachers really is going to come from one of their most direct connections, which is the beauty of that site principal. But in addition, all of the training that's happening, that's coming through the curriculum and instruction department, is coming through our training specialists. And as you know, those training specialists also support teachers and support schools, and they're at the ready to provide support depending on what a teacher needs. So we absolutely are ready to provide that targeted support. Can't wait to provide the first baseline of the training. and then be able to continue to help the teachers to support kids.
And
Thank you for that question.
I'm assuming that targeted support includes IT, correct?
We have that also too. As you know, our IT department is thin, but they literally are working round the clock, literally round the clock, and everybody knows that they are. And as questions come in, we're ready to support. So yes, also with IT.
Great,
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Garcia, followed by Member Morowski.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to just limit my questions to two. I do have more, so I'll share those via email. So on slide, it's the in-person reopening criteria. I can't see the number of that slide. It's essentially all where the county is in terms of being on the watch list and the criteria that needs to meet in order to contemplate the in-person education. So one of the questions that has come up for me in my community is, what is the lag time between the county moving in the right direction and essentially meeting all of the criteria and really start talking about in-person education? Does that mean that the district moves from a distance learning only environment? Is it like a week later, 2 weeks later, then we can start? What does that transition looks like? Just because this comes up for parents in terms of their working schedule, trying to figure out how to best plan and prepare. And when the district eventually moves into bringing kids back into a classroom, even in a blended learning environment.
Thank you, Member Garcia.
Superintendent Aguilar, if you want to speak to this, I can just share that we have to have a solid 2 weeks of being off that list before the county will even consider it. And then we still have to work with them. So I know Superintendent Aguilar and all of the area superintendents have been working very closely with SCOE and with Sac County Public Health. You bring up a really good, point that everyone's going to need some lead time to plan for this. So I'll let Superintendent share more.
Thank you. And a great question, Member Garcia. I think kind of realistically thinking here, because they've issued this order today, and it does speak to the elementary waiver, for example, it also will depend on how much time it will take to process those waivers and the amount of waivers that are going to come in. We don't have a sense right now of how those are going to be reviewed either. But I would anticipate that in terms of age groups, that will probably be the first wave of reopening, if you will, that will be done through a waiver process. And then we do have to probably wait for some additional guidance from Sac County Public Health around secondary students at middle schools and high schools. Without knowing that, it really is difficult to predict what will be the lag time, but a lot of it is going to depend initially for that elementary age group of students on the amount of time that it would take Sac County Public Health to perform their review of those applications, if you will. And then, of course, our focus right now is on the negotiations process for the reopening of our schools. But soon after that, we will have to begin the process of negotiations for in-person instruction, however that might look, whether it's initially, again, through blended, or whether they are going to allow for full schools to open, which I probably wouldn't anticipate immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. That helps. I mean, we at least know it won't happen even within a week. It really is going to be a process, and it's going to take some time as we compete with our neighboring school districts as well, in terms of the Sac County processing those waivers and whatnot. So I do have one other question regarding the survey highlights. especially around the percentages of the families that reported that they have the technology that they need and also have the connectivity that they need. But how are we going to close that gap? What's the plan to address the about 20% of those who I'm assuming don't have either of those? So.
Yeah, and I'll defer to our team, particularly Mr. Harris, but I do think, and Chad as well, but I do think that it's really significant for our team to describe why it's critical that we added this flag, if you will, in our student information system. One, because we're reporting right now on survey information, and soon after we want to report out to our board and to our community based on actual information in our student information related to computer technology, to internet connectivity, and other supports that we might provide to our families as well. We do have a process in place that we have shared with our principals so that we can have that particular flag, that data point in our student information completed, so that we're not basing some of the decisions and some of the information just on surveys, but rather on actual data, where we will be able to report out on that topic by student, by name, by school, by age, by grade level, by ethnicity. But we do feel that we have a plan in place in terms of inventory and other items. We are continuing to monitor the availability of hotspots. We do have, we think we have enough hotspots, but we also stand ready to order more. But if maybe Mr. Harris, if Ms. Rohde is not available, just to speak on that business process, or Mr. Schweitzer plus the information system piece.
Yeah, I'll defer to Chad on that.
Yeah, superintendent said it pretty well. Our distance learning tab is going to be populated tomorrow with the survey results, as well as all of the information that is currently in Destiny, which is our library textbook services and Chromebook tracking system. So once all of that information is uploaded, principals will have access on Monday to be able to run their reports by school site and identify students who do and do not have devices or connectivity. I've deployed about 2,000 Chromebooks out to sites this week because many of our elementary, middle, and high schools are already calling students who identified that they need a device to hand that out to them prior to distribution days, which start next week. So principals are being diligent in contacting families. Families are submitting the web form application. So a lot of communication going on to ensure our students have the devices they need.
Thank you. And then just something to think about as everything unrolls is bandwidth, right? We may have issues with bandwidth. So anyway, so thank you. I'll leave my 2 questions there, and I'll send the other ones via email. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Morawski.
Thank you, President Ryan. So I have a couple of comments. I think just one question, but I had wanted to offer some feedback on some of the things that were presented. And I really appreciate, again, as last time, staff's deep thinking about how to reopen and be supportive of all of our different aspects of the system. I'm really impressed with all the work that's gone into this. I wanted to thank you first for really thinking creatively and leveraging our expanded learning staff and program to be able to better support our students. I do hope it's we're able to target to the most vulnerable students. As you know, that might be a limitation on in-person in any case, but I think, whether it's virtual or in-person, I think, our students who are experiencing homelessness, our foster youth, we sort of have we know who the most vulnerable students are. And also, there may be some students that are known to our site leaders who are not maybe captured in the data. So I want to just really make sure we're conscientious about that targeting and offering proactively once we do have that available. The parent resource page, I was really excited to see. I think that's going to be an awesome support for our parents. And I think it's, based on conversations with literally hundreds of parents over the last couple months, like I really think that's going to be, that's just what they were looking for. There's a couple other things that I don't know if will be there, but I would love to see based on those conversations I've had with parents. And that is sort of parents' rights, or how they can hold our system accountable for our system delivering what we're supposed to be doing for their students. Sometimes they don't know who to contact and how, what they should even expect. Support resources of how, if there are mental health struggles, how to access that. They really talked about training on technology and tech, the platforms and different things. So I hope we can offer that. And just, again, with the accountability, parents of students with special needs and how, what they should expect with respect to their IEPs and getting their students' needs met, I think will be really important to have there. And that I really look forward to that being launched. I thought the point about language accessibility was really great. I think that's something we really need to look at. So I had one more thing I wanted to really say to basically everyone, all my colleagues, and to the public about kind of the public health conundrum that we are facing here. So we are not going to be able to get back to school unless we really fight as a community to get our numbers down to the point where it'll be safe. Just because we get off of the list for 2 weeks and things look like slightly better doesn't mean it'll be a safe and sustainable way to get back to school. So I think this is something that I really want to see us as an education community, as board members, as staff, as teachers, as parents. We have to get loud, and we have to make sure that in any reopening plan decided by our county leaders, our state leaders, that education and getting our students and teachers and staff back to school in a safe way is put at a very high priority. So that's just something I think we really need to work together on to make sure that happens. And sorry if I went a little over. I did have a question, and that was the plans that were presented on distance learning. I just wanted to make sure we talk about what's the status of the negotiations, which will help us finalize what those look like.
Thank you, Member Morawski. And I actually had that question too, so you can take my question and a little bit of my time too. Will Superintendent Aguilar be responding to that question, or will it be another member of the team?
Yeah, I can respond. Thank you for the question. I know that this is front and center for our community. I do want to just reiterate that we are very committed to continue with the process of negotiations. We have scheduled and confirmed our next negotiation session for Monday of next week. We also have communicated that we will continue to send over information so that we have enough time to unpack it so that hopefully on Monday our teams can continue to advance in productive conversations and hope that we can reach an agreement very soon. We've also indicated our team's availability to meet next Tuesday as well as Wednesday. We will do everything we can to keep our community updated on this. I do encourage anyone to visit our website. We've done everything we could with our limited capacity to provide information as it becomes available to us and as we're able to release information as well. And again, we will just remain committed to providing that information as soon as we're able to.
Do we have any remaining board members' comments or questions? Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. I just have just some comments and just a question. I think for me in particular, from the town halls in South Sacramento that my LCAP reps and I have hosted to conversations that I've been having with just parents on the ground, that there is a large concern around just language accessibility. And I also have heard my colleagues mention that as well. And I just wanted to ask, what is our current just capacity to be able to communicate to our non-English speaking parents? And I asked this specifically because of DLAC's comment. They have reached out regarding, is there a number that parents can call for translation and interpretation? Even during our town hall, it was incredibly hard to have it even be accessible for folks who speak Hmong. And so I know that I have heard that, we're very slim at CERNA, but I want to gauge what is our, and to be honest, what is our capacity in providing support for our non-English speaking parents?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Member Vang. Just late last week, I think it was on Friday, we did launch a new effort that I will ask Mr. McPeters or Tara Gallegos to speak about, but it is now we've now given the ability to our families to contact our office and then access somebody who speaks their language through our mock center as well. That's an initial step, certainly not a complete strategy by any means, but we are going to continue to figure out ways in which staff members, particularly as we're doing and performing our work remotely, might be repurposed, if you will, in ways that meet the needs of our families who are accessing almost every one of our services virtually. Mr. McPeters, can you speak to that effort, please?
You pretty much hit the nail on the head. What we're end up doing now is all of our mock employees have cell phones that they use to monitor those lines during the hours that they're at work. And what they're doing is they're taking those messages and responding to those parents as they come in, and then we're routing those calls to the appropriate people.
And Mr. McPeters, and what is that phone number?
Can I get back to you?
Yes. And I'm just asking that publicly because I think even as a board member, I should know that number. And I have had a hard time even giving that number out. And I think it's important for us to have that ready. The other piece I think I just want to share is that, while I'm super excited about our resource page, I love the layout. I'm super excited about it. I also want to share that, oh, my dog is barking. Hold on. I also want to share that, even though I'm excited about the resource page, I also want to note that many of our our parents who don't speak English may not be able to read in Hmong. And so I think it's also going to be really vital moving forward as we think about opening school for the fall, that it's going to be important for us to have virtual community spaces specifically for the Hmong community or the Latino community, folks who speak Spanish, because I know that even when we do things virtually, it is incredibly hard for parents to be able to have the back and forth. And so I would highly encourage that, as we move to fall, that we hold these virtual spaces by language, if possible, to be able so parents can ask question directly to staff. And I hope that we have that capacity, that we have staff that could speak those languages. And I'm saying this also because I had a few colleagues that have shared with me from Fresno Unified, where when they're prepping for orientation, they had like a Hmong focused, virtual town hall for Hmong parents to ask any questions. Same thing for Spanish speaking parents. And I think that's incredibly important, and that we here at Sac City need to be able to do that to meet the needs of our students. And so I wanted to share that.
Thank you. President Ryan, Member Vang, if I could just also mention, just to reiterate that although school is going to feel differently, our schools are going to be in session. And so I would also encourage our community to access their actual school sites where a lot of those supports happen in the local context. We, of course, need to do a better job. We know that we have many families who might access some support and we're still not able to communicate in their native language, but we'll continue to focus on that. But I want to make sure that our community hears that, our schools are going to be in session, our principals are back in session as well. So the first course should continue to be their local school site. And then, of course, we'll do everything we can at the district level. But I do want to encourage our communities to continue to reach out for some of those supports to their local, to their child's schools, because we do have, of course, very committed individuals who will do everything they can to meet their needs.
Yeah, and then Superintendent, I will also add, I think definitely at the local school site, for our parents to lean on our local school site. But what I've also heard from site level is also, I think, needing support from CERNA as well, to make sure that if we don't have interpreters already on site by site, that we also have that ready to go from the central office. Thank you.
Superintendent Aguilar, I know that we are far over time, but I did want to just build on something that Board Member Vang said. I did want to ask a question around, in addition to the parent resource page, what we are specifically doing to support our parents through parent university trainings and other mechanisms. And I do just want to point out, one of the conversations I've been having with my principals and teachers in Area 7 is this idea that Zoom and virtual training quite often does not work for families that have not had exposure to those tools before. It can be intimidating, even if you have translation services. And so we're talking about being really creative and doing some different things. In fact, one of my schools is looking at, can we do a phone town hall where people can call in versus joining a virtual room, right? And making that a bit more accessible. Looking at using socially distanced protocols, leveraging our CBOs and a couple of the local community centers. I mean, we have to recognize that there is a segment of the parent population that we reach with these surveys and that we reach with these town halls that are virtual settings, but it's the vast majority of parents, families, and students that are not participating. And so we have to think about it differently. So I'd love you to respond to that question, and then we'll close out this item.
Thank you for the question, President Ryan. We aren't doing enough, but we have begun the process of laying out some initial trainings prior to September 3rd. And I'll ask Mr. Harris just to remind us of the dates and the topics. But again, as you well point out, these are still based on one's ability to use and feel comfortable with technology. In the listening sessions that many of our board members were part of and organized, we did hear loudly and very clearly from our families that some of them don't know how to use technology either. I was deeply inspired by one parent who has a younger child at home who said, my child didn't know how to upload assignments, and I don't know how to upload assignments either. Well, that sometimes is hard for us, and we're operating in this space every day as well. So we have a ways to go. We have begun some level of conversations with some CBOs, some community-based organizations, who I hope might be in a better position to more quickly and more swiftly be able to provide some of those supports to our families. And we'll continue to be as creative as we can. I do like the idea again of reaching out to families. The idea of doing it telephonically. Again, the first step is to try to figure out how our current staff members who are bilingual in different languages can provide responses to our families. It's an area that we're fortunate to have a mock center that already had some of that capacity, but it's always limited. We have, I think, a vacancy right now in one of the languages. So we will continue to work through our partnerships with different CBOs, just hoping that together we might be in a better position to meet the needs of our families.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. I want to, and as we close out this item, I do want to acknowledge the tremendous work of the team and all the stakeholders who provided feedback on the various elements of the proposal. I am personally incredibly energized by the Anti-Racist Virtual Learning Center and the focus on ethnic studies that is both culturally responsive pedagogy, but really recognizing the role of trauma and racial unrest that we're experiencing right now in society. So I'm looking forward to seeing that actualized. I do also just want to, again, say to our families, you know, this is a proposal. We do not have an agreement on the opening of distance learning, and it is something that keeps me up at night. I know it is of tremendous distress to our families who are waiting direction as well. So we will continue to do everything we can to move this forward, keeping in mind the needs of each and every one of our students, in particular, the most vulnerable among us.
Board President Ryan, if I might add to the superintendent's response to your prior question.
Yes, go ahead. Last comment.
I just wanted to add, ultimately our Family and Community Empowerment Office has done a lot of work of studying other districts. And so to Board Member Vang's point, they've studied other districts in terms of their engagement strategies. We do have work underway reshaping the fall program in terms of the parent learning pathways, very much focusing on the current reality. Some videos are underway as well in terms of alternative forms of communication. You know, we'll come back to something that Board Member Pritchett spoke to as well. The Parent Teacher Home Visit nonprofit actually has really done a lot of leading work in the spring around changing the notion of the Parent Teacher Home Visit, recognizing that certainly for the fall and probably this whole school year, the notion of a Parent Teacher Home Visit is going to shift obviously from physical to virtual. And so, for example, this past June, we had our annual training. And typically we have maybe 50 teachers participate. This past June, we had 300. So we recognize that Parent-Teacher Home Visit will potentially be one of our key capstone connection points as well with our families. To the superintendent's point, obviously there's lots more we can do. And obviously we're trying to be agile and think through ways of leveraging our resources differently, but through reshaping the curriculum and the Parent Pathway program, videos, of course, but then also our Parent-Teacher Home Visit program, we are attempting to rise to the challenge and definitely want to meet the needs of all our families.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harris. So with that, we're going to go ahead and close out this item. Moving on to item 7.2, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, which will be presented this evening by Carla Estrada, Deputy Executive Director of Systems Improvement and Innovation.
President Ryan, if I can just introduce our colleagues very quickly and just remind our board that several months ago, our partners from the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence did report to us on an effort that they were going to launch in Sac City Unified. And we're very fortunate to have them back with us to discuss the SIR process, which stands for Systemic Instructional Review. They have been conducting empathy interviews with a wide variety of stakeholders, including our labor partners, staff in CERNA, at school sites as well. And they will be talking about what to expect as part of this process. I'm just want to just continue to express my appreciation for this partnership. I feel very fortunate that we have experts from CCEE providing support as we continue to improve our systems here in Sac City Unified. We're actually fortunate today to be joined by CCEE's Executive Director, Tom Armelino. Mr. Armelino, you met him when he was here in person several months ago, but he's been able to join us today as well. And I'll turn it over to him and his team to introduce others and then talk to you about the process.
Yes, well, good evening, everybody. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And it was really a pleasure to listen to your team and your incredible educators who are preparing for this incredible school year. These are just amazing times. I don't know how else to describe it. I just think you're very fortunate to have so many passionate folks who are really trying to dedicate everything they can to have school ready for our students who really need us during these times. So I appreciate your leadership as well and the opportunity to have this time with you tonight. I realize the time is short, so I'm going to speak just real briefly, and then I'll turn it over to Carla too. So if we could have the next slide, please. So this is the team that's been working with you too. And I want to remind the board, as Superintendent Aguilar expressed too, we've been in the district for a little bit over a year and a half, working with Superintendent Aguilar, as well as some of the members of the County Office of Education and Dave Gordon and his team. And then we've had our professional experts here that you see. So Dr. Carla Estrada, our Deputy Executive Director, is leading the work in particular, and she's doing the heavy lifting and really working strongly with your team. Dr. Matthew Roberts is new to our team. He's a former superintendent actually in the Sacramento area and comes from the community college as well, and really excited to have his leadership. Many of you have heard, I know you know Dr. Judy Elliott well. She is our professional expert and has really been working with your CAO and Christine, and we really feel fortunate to have her expertise. We also have Nancy Brownell, who's been a team member of ours from the very beginning and working with the district and really helping with the systemic instructional review. And then our Do Everything gal, Rocio Gonzalez Fausto, who really works closely with Carla and the team and does a lot of the work behind the scenes and really has helped us shape our SIR process over the years too. So I think you'll hear a little bit from each of them tonight. Next slide, please. So our topics to be discussed, obviously we're going to talk a little bit about the system of support and how it works. And in particular, it's really important for folks to understand around the system of support that our role in the CCE is really to work in partnership. It's really to be a collaborative effort. As an agency, we never see our approach as being able to come in and tell folks what to do. It's your district, you know your local context, you know your students. Our goal is really to be a support, to advise and assist, and to really help in partnership, in particular with the Sacramento County Office of Ed. As you know, they have a responsibility around differentiated assistance, as well as other responsibilities to work with the district too. So our original engagement with the district came from both Superintendent Aguilar reaching out, as well as the county office reaching out and asking us if we would come in and serve as a partner, which we did based on a letter that was received back in July of 2019. We've had this partnership with the district since that time, as well as with the county office. Tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about some of this criteria for support. So our support really comes specifically around statute that really defines how it is that we're supposed to, when we can work with districts and some of the process behind that. Carla and the team will speak specifically to the systemic instructional review support, which is a comprehensive instructional assessment, the approach that we take, which is called a SWOT analysis. And we do this intentionally, and it starts with the strengths. There are many strengths. You heard some of that tonight, and you know it better than we do. The district is doing lots of things really well. So we really try to focus on what are those strengths, as well as identifying the weaknesses, where are the areas where you need to improve, what are the opportunities that might be available as we approach that work. And then what are some of the threats as well? We try to focus on the strengths and look at where things have been successful and try to access and look at what those are, so we can look at some of those approaches as we approach some of the other work that needs to improve. And then the work around coordinating all of this, that's a large part of what we do, is bringing the teams together to really talk about that. You'll hear a little bit around timelines, and then we'll take some effort around some answering some of your questions. Next slide, please. As you can see here, you can see the partnerships that are here. I've talked a little bit, as you know, we work specifically in the state system of support. Our direct partner is we work in partnership with the California Department of Education. I'll speak a little bit about some of that role around the SIR tonight, as well as what they call a GEO lead. A GEO lead, it happens to be Sacramento, which is a county office who has a requirement or is an expectation to work with other county offices to support the needs of districts throughout these geographic boundaries. So Sacramento County Office does that in partnership with the Placer County Office of Education. We obviously work with the county office as well. And so we kind of partner together. And in particular, we're going to work in partnering with local agencies to address chronic and complex instructional strategy and outcome needs, and coordinating that individualized support to really meet the LCAP goals of the district. And again, this is very specific in statute. We leverage our resources, try to see what we can do to bring some of those resources. That's why you see some of the professional experts that we bring to the table. And then we engage directly with the LEA in progress monitoring and helping implement cycles of improvement. Next slide, please. So I want to take a moment and have you understand too, and I'll speak briefly to these 4 areas and a little bit more as well too. So as I mentioned too, when we came in a little bit over a year ago, we have many different ways that we can be a resource to a school district. In particular, in statute, it calls out some of that responsibility is where a county office at any time can reach out to us and ask if we can be a support in some of their work around differentiated assistance. And originally our work and the work up into this data that I'll share a little bit and some of the SED code that I'll share tonight has really been specifically in the request of the county office. And again, I say that we had been working with Jorge and his leadership. He had been asking for some support and really wanted some partnership prior, but the county office really has the responsibility, and in statute, in order for us to work in the district and be able to use our resources, it actually has to come from a recommendation from the county office. As I mentioned, that happened in July of 2019. Another way that we have an opportunity where we can work with the district is based on the dashboard data. And so you can see here this criteria. So prior to the dashboard data that came out in the fall of 2019, this was the first time that we had 3 years worth of data, and that based on the statute that's defined here in 52064.5, any district that has 3 or more pupil subgroups who are identified pursuant to section 52052 in Ed Code, if the school district has less than 3 pupil subgroups or all the school district's pupil subgroups in 3 out of 4 consecutive years. So what that really is saying is that if you have 3 subgroups or more who have been read, have qualified, have been read on the dashboard for the same areas, for over 3 or 4 or 3 out of 4 years, and as you know, we only have 3 years worth of data, then they can be referred to the CCE, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Sac City happens to be one of 4 districts in the state that qualify for underneath this education code. So that's what really we're going to speak to tonight, and in particular, why we are doing the SIR. What the statute says, and we're going to really focus on these first 4 pieces, but I do want to share with you some of the other information that speaks to the statute. So the statute says if you're a district that you qualify, right, based on this dashboard data, then the CCE has to come in and provide advice and assistance to the school district and the county office in this work. So we have a responsibility. And it really is based on supporting the superintendent of public instruction, Tony Thurman, and his team. So the CCE, along with the county office, has this responsibility to report on the ongoing progress of this implementation to the state superintendent. So what we have to do basically is we have to come in and we have to kind of examine what's going on in the district, and really from the instructional lens of trying to take a look at what is the district doing, and in particular around these 3 or more pupil subgroups to support their needs. And so we have chosen to do our systemic instructional review in order to be able to gather that data. We really see that as an opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, to really try to define where the district is doing some things well and areas where they can improve. So that's the process that we use. And then based on that, and you'll hear a little bit of that tonight too, what's unique about some of our work is that once we've done that systemic instructional review, it's really intended to inform the work of the county office around their DA process and to provide feedback for the district. What's unique about the CCE is that we also choose to stay. Right? It doesn't require us to stay, but we choose to stay because we really see our role as a partner in this work. And so once we've determined that, we try to use our resources along with the district's resources, as well as the County Office of Ed, to collectively work together to see what we can do to help support the district. So what we have chosen not to put here is that there are other steps in this process to where once we've done the SIR and once we've continued to stay in the district, we also have to continue, as it mentioned, we have to progress monitor. So we have to continue to give feedback to the district as well as the county office and as well as to the state superintendent. How is the district doing towards implementing some of the strategies or some of the things that will be identified in the SIR in order to help these particular student subgroups? So what happens is as we continue to do that, there will be a process where down the line, and it depends on how long the process takes and we work together, but generally within a year and a half, we'll have to come back and we'll have to do another deep dive using the SIR process again, as we did in the very beginning, to really determine what progress is the district making. Our goal, and we specifically, that's why we choose on this slide, our goal is to really stay the course and really work with the district. And we have a lot of confidence in your team. But if we did not see the growth and we were not seeing and if the dashboard data continued to stay the same, then we have a responsibility to let the state superintendent know that. And the state superintendent can make the decision, and it does use the word may, and I'm going to read you some of the statute language, and we'll give you copies of this too, but it says if a school district's identified, the superintendent may, with the approval of the state board, do one or more of the following. And what it says is that, so assuming there was not progress made, develop and impose a budget revision in conjunction with revisions to the local control accountability plan. The superintendent determines would allow the school district to improve the outcomes of the pupil subgroups that are identified. The superintendent also has the ability to stay or rescind an action if that action is not required by a local collective bargaining agreement. He can also has the ability to appoint an academic trustee to exercise powers and authority specified in the section on his behalf. The superintendent also has a responsibility to notify the county superintendent, the county board of education, the superintendent of the school district, and the governing board of any of these actions that he was choosing to do, and whatever that he would choose to exercise these powers. Now, what I wanted to share with you is this is all very new. It's all new statute. And as we met with the state superintendent and kind of defined our process, Tony Thurman, our state superintendent, is very interested in local control and does not have an interest of coming in and doing any of this work. He really wants to see if folks can stay together, collectively continue to work within the system of support with the goal of really being able to give the folks who work the closest to the students and know them the best the opportunity to succeed. So that's our goal, but I felt it was important to make sure that we share the other part of some of that statute. And we can answer some questions more about that. We'll send you some of that information at a later time. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Carla Estrada, our Deputy Executive Director. Carla.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Good evening. I'd like to talk a little bit more about what areas of the dashboard, in particular, which student groups were the ones that really surfaced as not necessarily showing progress within our dashboard. And so, as you can see, the district has been in differentiated assistance with the county office for 3 years and has been receiving that support and will continue to receive that support. And however, as we're looking at that support and looking at how can we inform more around those types of services that SCOE provides, as well as the system of support, in particular, as Tom has highlighted, we'll be looking at how students experiencing homelessness continue to make progress, in particular around pupil achievement and pupil engagement, how our foster youth, again, around pupil achievement, pupil engagement, and school climate areas on the dashboard, and as indicated for students with disabilities in the area of pupil achievement and pupil engagement. Now, the reason why this is also important is because, as we well know, any good sense of good first instruction is critical for all kids. And as we look at Sac City's data, we know that there's overall areas of growth and improvement. We know as looking at how our English language learners are doing, that there's areas of improvement there, how certain youth within the district are also progressing are important as well. And so we do look at the full picture, but we recognize that in particular, we need to really dive into the needs of this student population. Next slide, please. I think it was also important, before I dive into the SERP process, to really clarify how we're really seeing this also as an opportunity to bridge from the support that was originally started back in January when Dr. Elliott and Ms. Baeta co-presented to talk more about their multi-tiered system of support efforts, really improving good first instruction, and moving into also looking at special education and how services and programming supports and services and policies needed improvement. And if we remember, Dr. Elliott even shared some data on specific areas that were of concern and how the district was beginning to really work to address those, as well as really look at how do they use data to inform decisions, how do they use capacity building, not only at the district level, but at the school level as well as the classroom level. And so there was really an interest to see how do we build from what we learned from that, how we continue to support that work as we're also developing some clear recommendations with the CERN. So we just wanted to make sure we reassured the board that we were aware of Sac City Unified School District's instructional priorities, and that we will continue to work in collaboration with the district to make sure that those are integrated, because obviously they are in the right direction. We just want to also make sure that we look at the entire system around instructional systems and strategy to ensure that those pieces are not lost as we're implementing some good instructional priorities as listed here on this slide. I think the other piece that you'll see on this slide is really trying to ensure too that we're integrating with the work that's happening around academics and behavioral and social emotional well-being. There's been some really great efforts in the district around these areas, especially around social emotional learning, that we want to make sure, again, integrated from a multi-tiered system of support lens, but also ensuring that our most vulnerable students get those kinds of supports. And so that will be as well integrated into the SERP. Next slide. Thank you. So I've talked to you about our systemic instructional review, and I'll dive more into the process and what that report will look like. But we wanted to share with you a little bit more details about the components themselves. So the development of the SERP process, as well as the components that really serve as our framework in which we are looking at data, examining, again, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, really are built from the research and practice on effective school school effectiveness as well as instructional effectiveness. And so you'll see here that much of these component areas are not anything that's a real surprise, but it is something in which how do these pieces, one, look independently, but also as they interact with all the other areas, including from looking at culture and practice all the way to governance, support, and instruction. And so one of the things when we look at different areas is, for example, with governance, support, and instruction, we're looking to see how does the district inform the board around instructional strategy, progress on that strategy, how these priorities are actually being implemented and what do they look like, and then being able to take that information back to continue to improve in their practice. So it was really looking at how these pieces come together, but also intersect and be able to inform the type of work that's occurring in schools and throughout the district. We are happy if you click on the slide, if on the link, not now, but if you are interested in learning more about those components, just please know that you can click on that link and be able to get into more of the weeds about that information, and happy to go into more detail at a future meeting, especially as we start to get more patterns and themes surfacing around these instructional components. Again, the idea is to create a very comprehensive assessment of instructional strategies as well as systems and structures to implement and effectively know if they're working or not. Next slide, please. So a couple ways in which we gather data. As Superintendent Aguilar shared at the beginning, we have started some empathy interviews. The reason why we start with empathy interviews before we really dive into the SERP process is we want to understand people's just how they feel about the system overall. That really helps us to know, again, where are some places that we see some strengths, some assets to build from, but it also lets us know where are some additional areas we should probably look more into to ensure that we don't miss something. And then it begins to help us inform where are also some key stakeholders that we need to make sure we spend some time with, whether in individual interviews or focus groups. But as you can see here, we really try to create many different ways in which we gather, or what we like to say is triangulate the data to make sure that one, we're not just running off assumptions, but that we're really trying to get to the root of what may be causing some outcomes the way they've currently stand, or lack of implementation in certain areas that we know are good practices. We all have worked in systems that have really great ideas, and sometimes it's the implementation where things get stuck. And so we want to make sure that we use the data to help guide an understanding, and that it is again as comprehensive as possible. You will see over the next few months that we will be engaging in these data collection processes. I think one thing to just note, because of COVID-19, this is an area that's really a new space for all of us to think about how do we engage with stakeholders. We heard some really great information this evening, especially as we're thinking about engaging with our parent stakeholders and student stakeholders, that we need to really individualize to the system. And we really do take that very seriously. And with COVID-19, we have to be even more careful about that. And so we look forward to really thinking about what would work best for the district based on those who know their community most. Also, classroom observations. That's going to be very different than typically when we go visit schools. You know, in many cases, we visited every school and we'd go and visit every classroom and just try to see what's happening as far as these are the instructional strategies you said you were focused on. Is it actually happening in the classroom? Why or why not? And that is going to look different now. And so we are going to be working with the district to really figure out what type of lens we want to include around distance learning. But I also think it's an area that we may need to just note that we'll have to come back to really look at in-class instruction, because it is critical for us to be able to inform and triangulate some of this data. Next slide, please. So once we've completed data, done an analysis, been able to pressure test some of these patterns and themes that we've found to make sure that we've triangulated accurately, then we really do time on the report. The report is really structured on highlighting bright spots that are occurring in the system to ensure that we can really leverage those within the system. There's a reason why these work well in Sac City Unified, so let's really make sure that we think about that as we make recommendations. Within the report, you will also see that each of the 12 components will have a SWOT analysis, so you'll know the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats across each of the different 12 instructional components. And you will also see within the report some clear recommendations, some findings, as well as clear recommendations that will be provided. And then once that SIR report is created, and we do engage with the LEA as well as the county office for feedback to make sure if there again anything that we may be missing, but also because it then helps inform the action plan and progress monitoring that we will be engaging in together, and reporting back and being able to say this is the areas of progress we made based on these recommendations, as well as areas that are associated student outcomes. How can we actually show that we're making progress or that we've actually made an impact on student outcomes and pupil achievement? Next slide, please. So our general timelines, we thought it'd be important for the board to just be aware of and the public as well, of our general timelines. We call them general because especially right now, things can change, and we know that people's time might be focused on other things, and rightfully so. So we try to be very flexible, but make sure that we do try to stay to some type of timeline that will ensure that things are predictable and folks know when the report will be completed. So again, Listen and Learn occurred in July, and we'll continue doing data gathering and analysis between now and November. The SIR report writing and calibration, we should have a first draft, second draft, and then final draft in December. Our aim is to be able to provide the district and the county with the initial report before winter break. Once again, those reports are completed, the real work comes, and which is really engaging in multi-agency meetings to understand what will be a priority, what are supports that are in place or need to be put in place in order for the district to effectively meet and show progress, and of course, great impact for our students of most importance. Next slide, please. After the SIR occurs, again, we have identified priorities. We will coordinate meetings, as Tom shared. We also will be providing updates to the CDE as well as the State Board of Education, just so they know what we're focused on, what progress we're making. And I think this is another very critical, important part is our communication plan. We know that we'll be engaging many people throughout the system, and folks always come back and ask us, so what happened? And so it'll be something that we will be working with the district to ensure that once a SIR is done, how do we want to communicate and circle back with all of the different stakeholders to understand what were the results of the SIR and how the district aims to be able to address them. Next slide, please. And so with that, we will leave it to questions and clarify any comments as well that may come up. We welcome them, and thank you again for this evening to be able to share with you where we are with the SIR process and the purpose for doing that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Estrada. We deeply appreciate the support of CCEE and the partnership that we've had with you. Do we have any public comments on this item, Anne?
No public comments.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and take board member questions and comments. I just want to remind everyone we're about an hour and a half behind in the agenda. So if you can please keep your comments brief. Board member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I'll be short. So I just for point of clarification. So the SIR, the systematic instructional review, will only relate to the 3 student subgroups that essentially trigger differentiated assistance. Am I understanding that?
That's a great question. So we do examine that in particular, but we actually look at the entire system and instructional strategy, because as we shared, good first instruction is critical for any student, and especially amongst this student population. As you'll see, your homeless population are really impacted by the strategies that the rest of the system does engage in. So we look at all of the system.
Okay, great. So because that's, I thought what I understood, but I just needed to make sure maybe this was just the trigger, but it wasn't necessarily limited to the work. And then the opportunity, will the board hear sort of a follow-up presentation after the report or somewhere?
We would be happy to. We would work with Superintendent Aguilar to be able to arrange that and be able to circle back. This is part of the communication plan that we shared, being able to share back with others, what was found in the report, but we really do work in leadership with the superintendent to determine that.
Excellent. And then my last just brief question is, I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back. So my last question is the LCAP PAC, sort of what's their role and when do they get to get a deep dive on what comes back as they are, critical to in developing and informing the LCAP. So just wondering what that looks like.
Mm-hmm. Again, we would work with the district to how we start. And as far as in the SIR process itself, we work with the district as well to identify important groups that help inform the data and tell us. So we're really at that critical point where we're identifying focus groups. And so this will be one of the focus groups that we would sit with to understand further what the process has been. Obviously, the ELCAP is a critical part of what we look at and really think about where the focus and investments that the district is making around instructional strategy are they aligning, and so that group will be an important one to circle back with as well.
And because you mentioned that if I have just one brief follow-up, then what comes to mind also are DLAC and CAC and the African American Task Force, now that it's a standing committee. Will those also be part of that, process of
those have already been identified.
Great.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, they have been identified, and the beauty is also as we go through, we'll identify other groups. The CAC, for example, is also a group that we'll be spending time with. And then over time, again, we identify other folks that is critical to, who have been long partners of the district and who can really help inform that. So, yes.
Thank you so much, Board Member Garcia. I think alongside that, and you began to answer this question, really about how we're engaging the stakeholder groups for the student populations that have triggered this work. And so I would like to hear, you've identified parent groups, many of them through standing committees and the board. How are you also making sure that you are engaging the broader stakeholder community? Because, for instance, when I think of the LCAP PAC, we have a brilliant group of individuals, but I can't necessarily say that you could, within that group, guarantee that you have the level of depth of understanding or experience around homeless students, for instance, or special ed. And so really making sure that there is a broadening of that engagement so that the quality of the work reflects that. I'm interested in hearing that. And then I have one other final question if no other board members do.
Sure. So broadening the engagement is something where we've worked with the district to begin, again, to identify who are some immediate folks that come to mind. But we will continue as we engage in the interviews to see what are additional partners. And so there have been great conversations, for example, with Mr. Harris, who's further enriched, you really should think about speaking to this group or that group. For example, they had recommended the African American Task Force because that was a newly formed group and thought it was important for us to meet with them. And so as far as continue to dive deeper, I think we really try to triangulate the information so that way we get it from different groups and different perspectives, both from the data. Again, I think going to the actual school level is always a big wealth of information because, as you were mentioning, those who work closest with kids, and especially our students who are experiencing homelessness or in foster care, that's who interacts with them most closely and could have some really interesting perspectives for us. And so that's the richness of visiting schools that we're trying to problem solve around. How do we make sure that richness is also added to already established focus groups or individual interviews, as well as other performance data that we look at? I do think it'll be one of those things that we'll have to be very thoughtful about in the with a COVID situation, because boots on the ground, spending time in the schools, doing those kinds of things is where we found the greatest amount of connection to partners, for example, external partners that the district has worked with to provide services. In this situation, we'll just need to be really clear about digging deeper, especially amongst these student groups. I know it's not a perfect answer, President Ryan, but it is, considering the situation right now, that's what makes it really tough, but it's important that we do so.
Well, I do think to your point about the COVID context and the boots on the ground, what we talked about is engagement that's occurring at a systems level and a district level. And I think making sure that there are calls to the school sites to ask for the individuals that they should be connecting with via phone interviews, if that's the only route possible given COVID, would be a nice way to supplement some of this work that you're doing at the systems level. I did want to also ask, our CAC and our Coalition for Students with Disabilities have been very excited about Judy Elliott, her incredible support, her ability to take some of the special ed audit recommendations and move them forward, and the multi-tiered systems of support. And so my question is this CCE work going to include the multi-tiered system of support? Is that a parallel track, or is that work in essence ended and resting with the district now?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. That was really important for all of us. Judy is here with us as well as Nancy Brownell. And one of the things that we've been very focused on is bridging that work. That was why we wanted to make sure we called that out in our presentation. So those who've been working in that space with Dr. Elliott and of course Ms. Baeta, that we've let them know that that is not something that's going away. If anything, it is a parallel process, but it's also informing the work with the SIR. Dr. Elliott is a key member of the SIR team. And again, because she's involved in a lot of these meetings with the different educators, as well as looking at data, working with central office staff, so on and so forth. And so we want to make sure it's informing that. And so it will continue to inform, and it will be part of our ongoing support as we continue to move forward.
Thank you. I'm incredibly relieved to hear that. I think that it is going to potentially be transformational for students in the district. Do we have any other board member questions or comments? Board Member Morawski.
I just wanted to make sure you know that you have an eager audience for this report when it comes out, and I wanted to thank you for working with our district, and I really look forward to seeing the report. The presentation was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We look forward to it, and please know that if board members also want to spend more time with us, we do an outreach, and we look forward to if folks are open to be able to give us some time on some thoughts on some of this instructional work.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Strada. And I will just say as we close out this item, it is not, once again, lost on us that you are choosing to work with us, choosing to continue this partnership. And so thank you for making that choice. I realize that this is hairy, audacious work at times, but our students are the beneficiary of your phenomenal team and your efforts.
No, thank you. We're grateful for the partnership and the commitment of the folks in the district, of community members. Just in our initial empathy interviews, there's so many folks so committed to the success of the students of Sac City Unified School District. We're honored to be able to work alongside with you in that work.
Yeah, thank you. Again, President Ryan and board members, I just want to thank Mr. Armellino, Mrs. Strada, Dr. Elliott, Ms. Brownell, for all of the time, energy, and effort that they've put into this process. I'm sure they will have interviewed at least 20, 30 people by the time this is done. And then, of course, all of the data analysis and the other aspects of this process. So I look forward to the continued partnership, as well as the support that they provided to us during the process. Just given their extensive network and ability to find additional supports to help us meet the needs of our students. So again, thank you, Mr. Armellino, to you and your team.
We're moving on to our next item, which is public comment on non-agendized items. And do we have public comments this evening?
Yes, we do. We have 12 written comments.
Okay, so that falls within our time allotment. So please, Ms. Moretti, go ahead and begin reading those comments. And thank you again.
Okay, the first is from Tony Colley Perry and says, greetings. I would like to express my concerns about the underutilization of the bistro. I initially had concerns about the location of the bistro and how it would be sustainable. For the past 2 years, I have become a neighbor of the district office. I would like to have the board consider obtaining several bids to open the bistro to the community by creating an outdoor eating area and drive-through for the community. I have been disappointed that the money that was spent on creating the bistro didn't consider a community utilization plan. There is a tremendous need for healthy food options for this community. I would like to see the bistro utilized as a community resource. And says that he is a retired employee and community member. The next comment is from Emma Snuggs and says, I request a name change for Sutter Middle School and a review of several other school names. I am a mother of 2 SCUSD high school students, a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, and studied American Indian Studies, BA and MA at UCLA. John Sutter committed heinous acts of violence against California indigenous people and should not be celebrated for those acts. The use of his name erases and dismisses indigenous peoples and survival. I invite the SUSD school board to participate in a discussion about this matter. Approving this request would align with the district's goals, but aside from having a discussion, here are some benefits to the name change. The district can honor the ancestral people of the land with a respectful name change that represents the history of the Maidu, Miwok, Wintun, Wintu, Patwin, and Nisnan tribes. We can stop normalizing and making heroes of abusive figures in the U.S. California Native communities were pushed off their lands with the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill. Sutter used violence and intimidation to force local natives to work and protect his land. The district can support the mental health of Native youth in our district. In a recent mental wellness report conducted by the Circles of Care grant through the Sacramento Native American Health Center, youth feedback stated schools emerged as a significant source of risk for Native children and youth, primarily due to racist tropes that still litter the curriculum. The information taught is damaging to Native children and reinforces negative stereotypes. In the 2019-2020 school year, the Native youth of Sacramento began work to dismantle the invisibility of Natives in the school setting. And the next comment is from Alexander Tamasoa and says, I am a father to 2 boys in your district. I am Samoan and my wife is Native American. I urge you to change the name of Sutter and instead honor the indigenous people whose ancestors survived his abuse. Times are changing and it is no longer appropriate. The district can honor the ancestral people of the land with a respectful name change that represents the history, and this repeats the prior comment. Maydu, Miwok, Miwok, Wintu, Wintun, Wintu, Patwin, and Nisan tribes. We can stop normalizing and making heroes of abusive figures in the U.S. And it basically repeats the previous commenter's comments and says at the end, Natives in the school setting supporting the request of a name change supports the voice of our Native students. And the next comment is from Rich Vasquez and says, good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. I would like to thank Superintendent Aguilar for his continuous outreach and asking for feedback from families since he has been with SCUSD. I appreciate that, as that shows interest in wanting to improve the outcomes of all students in SUSD. We can't get better until we hear what is going wrong on our sites, and we know there are a lot of wrongdoings on our SUSD campus, as our academic statistics tell us this. I start with words from the superintendent at the Back to School press conference of 2017. Quote, this is a moral issue. Our system has to work for all students, not just those that understand how to navigate and how to advocate on their behalf. It has to work for any of our students, irrespective of parental levels of involvement, engagement, or empowerment, unquote. After hearing this, I had so much hope for my kids. It gave me the opportunity to have bigger dreams for my kids, that we can really dig our way out of poverty and they can have a better life than I have been able to provide them. You showed you were not all talk. You brought sports, summer school, PSAT day, free AP tests are some of the things that made me believe his words to be true. This is not happening at even your most prized school site, West Campus. Why does my child not have confidence in applying to college? Just the process. She doesn't have confidence in the process. She attended a college preparatory school for 4 years, a top 30 school in California. This is what West did with a thriving student. If 60% of West families are poor, what does that mean? There are likely many students that will be first-generation college-going students for their bloodline. This is the case with my family. How does the site build confidence in their students/families about all things college? There are minimal events that promote college-type stuff that invite parents/families. Due to minimal events that promote college dealings, I feel West does not serve 60% of socially emotional disadvantaged students/family properly as a college preparatory campus. And the next comment is from Michael Hunsaker and says, I want the name Sutter Middle School changed. We know what Sutter did to children, and it's wrong that a place for children is named after him. Change the name. The next comment is from Alexander Tamasoa and says, we should stop naming schools after criminals like Sutter and start educating the youth on why we shouldn't name schools after people like him. Change the name. And the next comment is from Susan Morla and says, dear SCUSD school board members, we are the SCUSD American Indian Education Programs Parent Advisory Committee. We are made up of parents, grandparents, and guardians of American Indian students in the Sacramento City Unified School District. We represent several different tribes from across the United States. In the 2019-2020 year, we had 141 students enrolled in the program, but over 900 students self-identified as American Indian in the district. We are recommending a name change for Sutter Middle School and a review of several other school names. This recommendation comes at a time when statues are being removed and name changes are happening across the country. It feels like a shock to some, but to communities like ours, it's a relief to finally be heard. In the local California Indian community, the knowledge of Sutter and the abuse inflicted on Native people is well known. The AIEP recently hosted a virtual program for students to discuss Sutter's legacy. We invite the SUSD School Board to participate in a similar discussion because the history is important and needs more than a few sentences in a letter. We know the school board is committed to the safety of all children. We hope this request is not taken lightly, as it has a direct impact on the safety, emotional health, and engagement of American Indian students and will empower our families and community. Approving this request would align with the district's goals, but aside from having a discussion here are some benefits of the name change. The district can honor the ancestral people of the land with a respectful name change that represents the history of the Maidu, Miwok, Wintun, Wintu, Patwin, and Nisnan tribes. We can stop normalizing and making heroes of abusive figures in the U.S. The next comment is from Annalise Mitchell and says, I am a SCUSD student, a member of the Native Youth of Sacramento group, a member of a local Miwok tribe, a student participant in the American Indian Education Program, and a youth ambassador for the local Native American Health Center. I am recommending a name change for Sutter Middle School and a review of several other school names. This recommendation comes at a time when statues are being removed and name changes are happening across the country. It feels like a shock to some, but to communities like ours, it's a relief to finally to be heard. My first knowledge of Sutter did not come from school. My mother taught us the history of Sutter and the genocide and destruction he caused my relatives. It is time for change. It's time this community stops praising a terrorist. Seeing statues and properties of an individual like Sutter creates emotional distress and anger within me. We know the school board is committed to the safety of all children. Please change the name. We hope this request is not taken lightly, as it has a direct impact on the safety, emotional health, and engagement of American Indian students and will empower our families and communities. The next comment is from Cindy Lamar, and it says, we, the undersigned, request a review of schools in the Sacramento City Unified School District named inappropriately after individuals who have caused irreparable harm to indigenous populations, most egregiously John Sutter and Peter Burnett. We understand times change and people become more aware of the background and history of names. A thorough review of these schools will help bring about a better education for all students and recommend a committee be formed to help with this task. It is important as board members to ensure racial equality is foremost on your agenda, and thank you for your attention to this matter, especially during this time when an effort to address racial disparity within our communities and public schools is so important. And this is from Cindy Lamar, Britta Guerrero, Virginia Hedrick, Al Osorio, Calvin Hedrick, Jim Keddy, David Hetstuman, Yamoni Hedrick, and Leah Hawkins. And the next comment is, I am writing in support of the name change of Sacramento City USD and Sutter Middle School, and it's from Tawia Garcia. The next comment is from Dalton Brown and says, as the indigenous inhabitants of the Sacramento Valley, Wilton Rancheria formally requests that the Sacramento Unified School District undergo a thorough review of its campuses for appropriateness of those individuals whose names appear on each campus. Most significantly, we strongly encourage the district to immediately remove and replace the name of John Sutter on your campus. John Sutter, who is famous for his prowess as a businessman and pioneer of California, was also a brutally violent man. While we could list dozens of documented accounts of his violence against our Miwok and Nisnan ancestors, it speaks volumes about his character that he frequently would burn down our ancestors' ceremonial roundhouses in order to, quote, motivate our people to work harder in his mining camps and settlements. This act is nothing short of terrorism and a blatant act of religious intolerance and cultural genocide, and demonstrates exactly the type of brutality that John Sutter was known for by our people. We request that the school district formally consult and discuss its school's naming conventions, as the tribe has existed in this valley since time immemorial and remains an important stakeholder in the local and state communities. We look forward to working with you. And the next and last comment is from Emily Mizukami and says, our campaign to rename Sutter Middle School after an individual more deserving instead of a racist colonizer has more than 1,000 signatures and support from parents, students, and members of the Native American community. Please update the community on this issue's progress and whether we need to form a community advisory board. Students should be proud of their school's namesake. John Sutter enslaved Native Americans. Other schools are named after people who believed in eugenics and a man who had many African slaves. Let us honor our wonderful community members, past and present, with new names for these schools.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Superintendent, before we move on to item 9.0, communications and organizational reports, can I just request that you come back to a September board meeting with an update on the staff point person for the committee that will be formed to look at alternative school names? I know that this was a project that unfortunately, with staff capacity issues and not having many of the staff who would normally be in place right now, has not been able to move, but would love to have a status update and a realistic timeline to demonstrate that this is something that we are going to be moving forward on. And I want to thank all of the comments from our Native American community tonight.
Absolutely, President Ryan. And just for purposes of providing one update, our staff has begun the process of looking at names of all of our schools throughout the district as well. We will provide information of existing board policy and administrative regulations related to the process of changing names as well. And we will do that as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 9.1, employee organizational reports. Our first organizational report will be read by SCTA or Ms. Moretti. Is it a live comment?
It is written.
Okay.
So the report was submitted by David Fisher and says, good evening. 2 weeks from today, online classes will begin here in the Sacramento City Unified School District. Over the past several months, hundreds of teachers, school nurses, psychologists, librarians, counselors, social workers, and others have been working hard to develop a robust distance learning program for our district, one that balances the academic and social and emotional needs of our students, parents, and educators. We are living an extraordinary traumatic time, and our proposal takes that into account. First and foremost, our proposal ensures that students and staff have the technology with connectivity required to implement a robust district distance learning program. Technology must be extended to every student, not just every family, and to all staff who will be engaged in distance learning, including substitute teachers, instructional aides, and others. Second, along with that technology, staff needs professional development. This training should not just focus on the technological aspects of district distance learning, but now more than ever, we need to confront the institutional racism that affects SUSD and permeates American society. As we have advocated for nearly 5 years, all staff should be provided implicit bias training, a board policy that was adopted in 2014 and never implemented. It's time to act. Third, our proposal provides for instructional minutes and structured daily schedules that meet students' academic and social emotional needs and values the professional expertise and judgment of classroom teachers. Fourth, our proposal provides for an ongoing structured engagement between teachers and the district to help guide, coordinate, and troubleshoot the implementation and development of distance learning. Fifth, our proposal makes use of all available staff, including school nurses, librarians, substitutes, training specialists, and instructional aides, to provide the necessary interventions, avoid split classes, and to make distance learning as successful as possible under such challenging circumstances. Sixth, our proposal would make accessible upgraded curriculum options and software to give more online resources to students and teachers. Finally, our proposal calls for a smart start to distance learning for the first 6 days of school to allow for a phased-in implementation. This will allow for the inevitable technical glitches that are sure to occur in the first several days as students allow time for supply and textbook distribution, make sure families are aware of food distribution schedules, and for parents and staff become acclimated to this radically changed educational environment. While the discussion between teachers and the district has been extremely constructive over the past several weeks, and the district representatives have expressed a willingness to be truly responsive to teacher input, the district has largely ignored that input into its responses to our proposal. We are next scheduled to meet on Monday, August 24. Unfortunately, the district's insistence on moving forward with a PERB hearing on August 27 to 28 is also impeding our availability to meet. Last week, we made a proposal, the district, in which we would drop 4 complaints that PERB has issued against the district in exchange for the district dropping its single charge against SCTA. Ironically, the district's charge alleges that SCTA has refused to meet for successor negotiations that have been underway already for several months. In addition, SCTA suggested that the parties simply reschedule the PERB hearing after school has commenced so that the parties can concentrate on working together on our district learning program. Here, it should also be noted that the hearing is unlikely to conclude in the 2 days scheduled for next week, and that a decision will not be rendered until sometime in 2021. Moreover, the outcome the district seeks in the charge to convene successor negotiations has already occurred. Because pursuing the charge against SCTA seems so important to the district, postponing the hearing would allow the district to continue to pursue its allegations while not using up limited days of availability to discuss distance learning. The district refused to postpone the hearing. Unfortunately, the only party that stands to gain in such a scenario is the district's outside consultants, particularly its law firm, Lozano Smith. Recently, Lozano Smith received between $2 and $5 million from the federal Paycheck Protection Program offered by the U.S. government to small business, designed to keep them afloat during the turbulent economic times. But is Lozano Smith really struggling? According to records we obtained through a California Public Records Act request, SUSD paid Lozano Smith $101,106.84 for, quote, labor negotiations, unquote, in the spring related to distance learning. That $101,000 expenditure was the third largest single line item expenditure behind only Chromebooks for kids. That was originally to be paid out of bond dollars and prepackaged meals for students. In surrounding districts like Natomas, Twin Rivers, San Juan, and others, the superintendent participated directly in the negotiations related to distance learning. It's no coincidence that those districts have reached agreements with their teachers. In recent communication, the superintendent has indicated that, quote, completing negotiations on the effects of distance learning and moving forward with a robust distance learning program is the district's top priority, unquote. And yet he has not participated in a single discussion with teachers, his quote, top priority. Students, parents, and staff are anxious about how classes will resume on September 3. Hundreds of teachers have come together to develop a comprehensive proposal regarding distance learning with a smart start to the school year. We are optimistic that district leaders will be responsive to this input, and on behalf of the 3,000 certificated educators in SUSD, we look forward to implementing a successful distance learning program we all can be proud of.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Do we have organizational reports from any of our other organizations?
No, President Ryan, we do not.
So with that, we will move on to item 9.2, the District Parent Advisory Committees. We're going to hear first from the Community Advisory Committee.
There is no report given. There is one report from DLAC.
Okay, thank you.
And it says, was submitted by Alova Ayala Santa Maria, Liana Sanchez, and Belia Mercado. It says, we appreciate the patience of those in attendance at our first DLAC meeting of the school year. To facilitate virtual DLAC meetings, we need support. There's a difference between empowerment and, quote, making a way out of no way, unquote. It has been argued that making a way out of no way is the spirit of growth mindset, resilience, and fortitude. However, that is why character development programs are just another way of teaching our marginalized students how to navigate systems of oppression rather than dismantling the systems of oppression for and with them. Please provide us with district resources such as a representative or liaison from the technology department to oversee our Zoom DLAC meetings and mock interpreters for language accessibility to empower DLAC and ELAC. We would also like to thank the district for the recent addition of automated language accessibility options when calling the main line at the district office. Our members have the following questions. How long will it take to receive a callback when leaving a message? How will you advertise to families that this is now available? How will you build district capacity to support the influx of multilingual callers? When will this be applied to all district phone numbers, particularly school sites? Currently, the message references the pandemic. All lines across the district, including school sites, should maintain multilingual support even after the pandemic. If a language other than English is selected and not supported at the school site, it should be rerouted to a district interpreter or a third-party agency to facilitate communication. Nobody should be turned away from district or school site support due to a language barrier. As we prepare for the new school year, Multilingual will be offering its annual English Learner Advisory Committee ELAC trainings. This is an opportunity for sites that do not currently have an ELAC or need a refresher. We'd like to bring attention that ELAC is its own entity and not an agenda item during school site council meetings. Now more than ever, every school that is mandated to have an ELAC must also have ELAC member names, meeting announcements, minutes, and documents publicly available on their school website. DLAC is working with Multilingual to update our webpage so it includes names of schools requiring ELAC and DLAC membership, as well as the hyperlinks for ELAC information posted on each school's website. Any communication from the district or school site must be language accessible within our district's top 5 languages, including communication from administrators and classroom teachers. This will require building the capacity of Mock Center to facilitate two-way language support. We would also like to personally thank Superintendent Aguilar, Board Member Vang, and Board Member Garcia for participating in our first meeting and extend our invite to all board members. Our meeting dates are posted on the DLAC website. That's the only report.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Item 9.3, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you very much, President Ryan. And I appreciate all of the public comments. And again, as you said, President Ryan, I just want to thank our community for hanging in there as we continue to figure out how to be more responsive as we continue through Zoom board meetings. And it's just an example of how our teams have been very hard at work throughout these last few weeks over the summer, trying to create plans and resources for distance learning in the fall as we begin to think about welcoming back our students virtually on September 3rd, even though we will be unable to be in physical space with one another. We know that our schools, our teachers, our staff often provide a safe haven for our students. And although nothing can replace the physical classroom space completely, our students and families are depending on us to meet their social, emotional, and academic needs now and when our schools start on September 3rd, which is just 2 weeks away. Throughout the summer, folks have mentioned it. We've met with parents, with students, stakeholder groups. Last week, we hosted our virtual town hall. Thank you to all of the board members who were able to participate. I've had forums with students. As you heard, Liz Guillen from Public Advocates, Dr. Kasiriye, who's been a steadfast partner and has been to every meeting that we have asked her to participate in. Of course, I want to thank all of our staff for their hard work putting that together. We're still going through the questions and we'll be posting them as part of an FAQ document on our website as soon as we can. I do want to mention that as September 3rd approaches, I wanted to be very clear with our community board members about what they should expect from us in the fall. And certainly that includes communication, accountability, and of course, first-rate and first-tier instruction to our students. We know that spring was not distance learning, and to quote our amazing Chief Academic Officer, it was emergency learning. In the fall, we must make up for any of this learning loss that our students have experienced, and we must be better at meeting the needs of all of our students. I say, hold us to the fire, hold us accountable. Tenemos que rendirles cuentas a todos. Communicate when something isn't working, and I've received a lot of emails from our community members making it very clear that they expect us to do what's right on behalf of students. Ask us when you have questions about your students' education or their experience, good or bad. We certainly appreciate all of the feedback, the advocacy for the rights of all of our children in Sac City Unified, because that, of course, will make us better and will help us achieve success for all of our students. I feel that we have a clear charge from SB 98 and requirements for distance learning by the state. And we have an obligation to provide our students with top tier instruction, and we must communicate with our parents and students about our plan. We must meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of all of our students, and we have to assess student progress on a regular basis. To quote our governor, as he has said, learning is not negotiable, and school districts must provide meaningful instruction in the midst of this pandemic. While we reached as best as we could under challenging circumstances, I have said that I was not happy with the academics provided in the spring, and I want our community to know that we will do better. And while the spring was disappointing, I'm proud of some of the ways that our district has been proactive in planning for the fall. What does that include? We are working diligently to provide devices, connectivity, because we know that when we begin on September 3rd, we have to have that those devices and that connectivity in the hands of every one of our students who needs that kind of support. We provided enough of these computers for our school sites to meet this goal. We're continuing to refine our processes. We have plenty of Chromebooks at our school sites as well. And I'm just grateful for the commitment from our board and from different stakeholders to meet the needs on this front. I'm also proud of the data that we began collecting to determine which students were most at risk of disengagement. And you heard that during our opening of schools presentation, the wonderful work that we are doing to conduct outreach to find our students so that they're in the best position to start learning on September 3rd. I'm extremely proud of our team. I hope you are too, board members and our community. They have been working around the clock, looking at every aspect of distance learning and how we can safely return together. Much of what we heard about today, including the work about learning and teaching resources on racism, on social justice, this repository that we are going to be launching. We should all be very proud of the work as it demonstrates our commitment to lean forward on these very difficult topics. These aren't the circumstances I would have asked for, of course. We've been through a collective trauma as a community amid hardships stemming from COVID, of course, but also racism, injustice, economic challenges. And today, as we sent out emails to all of our staff, wildfires and poor air quality throughout the state that we all can smell even inside some of our buildings. What we've experienced and what we must rise above, of course, is not easy, but we're here to prepare our students to confront and overcome these injustices, these failures, and of course, these challenges. My commitment is that over the next weeks, we hope our community will be pleased with the resources and information we provide and the changes that they see as we transition from this emergency learning environment to the best learning around distance learning that I hope that we will be able to deliver. Thank you very much, President Ryan.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 9.4, President's Report. I do want to take a moment to recognize the extraordinary challenges that our state, our country, our world is facing. In California alone right now, on top of having to navigate the health implications of a global pandemic and the trauma associated with the unmasking of racism in a visceral way, we are dealing with more than 300 wildfires across the state, and one needs only to step outside their home to feel the thick, dusty air that frankly is suffocating. And I think it is a metaphor for what many of us are experiencing as we're trying to understand this moment in time. I think it would be an understatement to say that this is one of the most challenging periods in our lifetimes, and the implications on our children remain to be seen. We've talked a lot as a district over the years about this idea that the system is inequitable by design. We've quoted Deming and this idea that the system is designed to get the results it gets. And if we unpack that, what that means is that when we fail to meet the needs of our most vulnerable students, we have created and upheld a system that was meant to perpetuate those inequities. I share that because I thought, as so many of you did, that when we were faced with a global pandemic, when we were faced with the reality that millions of people potentially across the world would die, that all of a sudden our focus would shift and the crisis would unite us in a spirit of humanity unlike anything we had ever seen before. And unfortunately, what we saw is that though the world was upside down, the same issues that continue to plague our students and families in our own backyard persisted. It hurt me. It hurt the community members that I've continued to interact with, the amazing teachers who rose to meet the moment, and the staff who have refused to accept anything less than meeting the needs of each and every one of our students. About a year ago, we unpacked the root causes of some of the inequities in Sac City, and one of our parent leaders, I thought, put it most beautifully. She said that we in Sac City don't believe in the ability of each and every one of our students to learn. And I wanted to bring that up tonight because as we move towards distance learning in these uncertain times, in these unprecedented circumstances, there is a desperation unlike anything that I've experienced before in my life. Someone told me that it feels like this convergence of all these forces is akin to Armageddon. And so what happens is that the most vulnerable among us are told to accept whatever can be offered. That when you're hungry, you should be happy if any food comes your way. When you don't have access to learning, any learning is better than none at all. When you don't have a roof over your head, you should be content with a sleeping bag. And I will say, as our school districts go, so our society goes. If we cannot meet the basic needs of our students, if we cannot reject the notion that our high poverty, high potential students within our district don't deserve more, then we are failing our students at perhaps the most pivotal moment in their lives. I hope that we will look back today, years from now, and we will say that we had the courage and the commitment to upend a system that has focused for far too long on demonstrating through transactions that we can make some modest difference. And instead recognizing that we literally have thousands of students, low-income students, African-American students, Latinx students, Asian American students, Native Hawaiian students, and Pacific Islander students who deserve to have the quality of education that their white peers in more affluent neighborhoods would have access to, that more resource parents would demand. I would also say that what we have at Sac City is an incredible human capital that is unparalleled. And if we commit to move forward, to work together on a team that holds students as our North Star, then anything is possible. But if we don't do that, at this moment in time, what we will say is we accepted a system that failed our students in one of the gravest crises that we have ever experienced. And we lack the courage and fortitude to finally put the focus where it belongs, on our children. Moving on to our next item, our student board member report. Isa, board member Sheikh, we're so happy to have you, and I'm excited to hear from you this evening.
Thank you so much, President Ryan. Good evening, everybody. It's been a long night. My name is Isa Sheikh, and I'm a senior at the Met starting 14 days from now. It's an absolute honor to serve my peers and this district as a student board member for the 2020-2021 school year. This is probably the first time that most of my fellow members of the board, staff, and the audience are getting acquainted with me, except for the 2 times that I bumped into President Ryan at Starbucks. But here's a little about me. I was born in San Francisco as a son of Indian immigrants. Watching my parents work day and night, my mother always taught us that education was the way forward. And so I've put a lot of focus into education these past 17 years. My family, like many others, left the Bay Area years ago to join this community, and it didn't take us long for us to fall right in. It's a great community full of great people and far too much untapped potential, as President Ryan just mentioned. In the past couple of years, I've gotten to do some cool things as an intern at Davis Media Access, working with TV and radio, working at the as well as at the California State Library, working with history and politics. In my free time, as much as I hate it, politics is my constant fascination. But moving back towards my role as SBM, seeing that the principle of education wasn't applying equally to all my peers in this district, I decided to join the Student Advisory Council 2 years ago. And we've all seen a lot of change in these past 2 years, but I think it's fair to say that a lot of the changes we've seen aren't the ones we wanted to see as a result of circumstances. The district continues to face its financial hurdles, and students continue to face so many challenges that they faced for far too long. Obviously, with the pandemic shutting us into our houses, those challenges and situations have changed and evolved into this completely new era. As student board member, it's my role to try and represent the nearly 50,000 students of this district. That's daunting, that's crazy. And And I'm excited to be the first SBM in a decade to not come from McClatchy or West Campus, as much as I respect and adore my predecessors. Coming from a smaller school, I have my own challenges. I only have access in a daily basis when we would be going to school in person to the hundreds of people that I see. So I really want to work hard to reach out to students throughout the district. So preparing for today's report, I dispatched members of the Student Advisory Council as well as myself to ask their peers and their classmates through Instagram stories, just for a short response on how they had felt spring distance learning had gone. Earlier in the meeting, we had seen survey results of the 20,000 parents. I wanted to get some honest, blunt feedback from students as opposed to surveys that sort of self-select with who answers. You're getting half of parents just answer, and those half of parents might be the people who have the more time, who have more material resource. So anyways, we put out these Instagram questions and we were able to get honest feedback from, I would say, probably 120 students in that day. There's a lot there. I've spoken to Stephen Ramirez-Fong about sharing these with him as he works on the Learning Continuity and Attendance, or LCA plan. And hopefully those can be put to good use there. But I want to share some of what I heard from my peers in those blurbs they gave us. As many of you know, distance learning just hasn't worked for so many of us. Some students describe positive aspects like more creativity with their schedule, or if they had good communication from their teachers. But overwhelmingly, students said their experience was negative. Issues like too much screen time. I know many of our eyes are just turning tonight from the length of tonight's board meeting. Inadequate support, a lack of communication from teachers and counselors, an environment overall just not conducive to learning. Their work, in a lot of cases, tended to be more busy work than instructional because teachers didn't know how to put together proper instruction from home. At some schools, there were issues where teachers weren't coordinated and classes were scheduled over one another. So students had to choose which class they would want to go to at one time. Also, after grades, the grading policy was updated, students felt like their classmates were not participating at all or minimally. And students also brought up that the daily attendance and mental health surveys that were sent out weren't taken by all students and they weren't effective. And I think it all sums up in one student's quote. They said, quote, "I don't feel that I took much away from it. I just did what I had to do to pass." And I feel like a majority of students felt that way if they even wanted to pass this last semester. And so a lot of students have told me that they didn't learn a single thing from when classes resumed in April to when they dismissed in June. And it sounds like hyperbole, but in a lot of cases it's not. And so I hope as we come back, staff, educators learn from the failures of last semester. And finally, just moving towards something that's been exacerbated by this pandemic and social distancing, I wanted to close on an issue that the students in this district have continued to face. For years, mental health and a lack of counselors has hurt students' ability to get forward. It often feels like students' mental health is a concern close to the bottom of our priorities list when there's so much else going on. But we've seen numerous suicides since April, just in this region, in Natomas and Twin Rivers. It's literally a matter of life or death. And many, if not most of our schools are ill-equipped to handle this problem. I was discussing this with members of the Student Advisory Council. Students do not feel like they have access to a counselor, especially at home. People are not getting responses. There are too many students to one counselor, or if there is a mental health counselor at all. 2 school years ago, the Student Advisory Council had come before the board with a recommendation to the LCAP, where we stated that mental health counselors are absolutely vital to school environments, that studies show that 49.5% of adolescents face mental health issues. You can only imagine how those have been exacerbated and made stronger by the fact that we don't see people on a daily basis outside of our families. Now more than ever, I think our attention needs to be pointed towards that. So I want to close on that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sheikh. What a powerful way to share more about your background and your priorities. We're so proud to have you joining us on the board over the course of the next year. Moving on to the next item, board member information sharing. Do we have any information sharing from our board members? Board member Bang?
Thank you, President Ryan. I know it's almost 9:30, so I'll keep this short. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank my LCAP reps, Frank DeYoung and Chinua Rhodes for their incredible hard work to help organize 3 town halls that happen in Area 5 in English and Spanish and in Hmong. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the parents, staff, and community members that attended the town hall. I think what I've learned from those listening session is that, we are still building a plane while we're flying it. And then while in the spring, we've have said, let's give, the school district and grace, I think parents and community members are saying they're not going to do that this time in the fall because our students can't afford to be behind. And so what I also heard is that many of our parents, in the spring had to become co-educators and doing their best to meet the needs of their students. And I want to let you all know that we hear that. I also want to thank Member Garcia for attending the Spanish town hall as well. It was also great for many of our Latino parents to see you as an elected as a voice on the dais. And Superintendent, thank you so much for being there to answer all the questions. So I also just want to give you both a shout out as well. And what I also want to just share publicly is that as we move forward this fall, and even now, I will be holding a virtual community office hours every Wednesdays from 7 to 9 on Zoom. I will just be chilling on Zoom. So if you want to chat, talk, share with me issues that's going on, let me know. And it's also by appointment. So if you can't do 7 to 9 o'clock in the morning, that's cool too. But I also wanted to share my phone number as well if folks have any questions. I know that I've had a lot of one-on-ones, but I also just want to put out there that you can definitely call me, text me anytime. My number is 916-245-0519. And I'll make sure if you check out my Facebook page as well. I have the Zoom drop-in Zoom link, so feel free to stop by as well with Wednesdays 7 to 9. So just wanted to make sure that I share that. And thank you so much again, everyone, for attending the town hall. And it's not going to be the first or the last. We've had several town halls before, and I do plan with my LCAP reps to hold a few more during the fall to really assess what's happening on the ground. So thank you.
And I want to make sure, since earlier a question was asked about a parent hotline, and Kenneth McPeters shared one before hopping off. It is 916-643-7400. That is the district parent hotline to leave messages and receive support, 916-643-7400. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So first, I want to welcome our student rep, Isa. Thank you. You're off to an amazing start, and I'm looking forward to working with you throughout the next year. So very excited for you to be here. I want to thank Board Member Vang for inviting me to participate in the DLAC town hall. I think that the composition of your town hall, not only you, but also with your LCAP PAC reps, was a phenomenal idea. So I borrowed that idea and I hosted my own listening session earlier this week. And I am too planning on holding more listening sessions as the academic year unrolls. There's a great opportunity for us to continue to hear from our community. This is something that is evolving. It's going to continuously change, and we need to hear directly from them. So I do want to share a few just themes that came up in that listening session. So live instruction is a must. And pre-recorded lessons is a must. Many of our community parents or parents in the district work. Many have more than one student in the household, and they need flexibility in order to help their kids with the instruction. But there was one concern in terms of recorded lessons. They want clarity and they want the assurance that students themselves would not be part of that recording. So I just want to make sure that is voiced. The needs of our special ed students with exceptional needs need to be met. We need to do a much better job at meeting those needs. The class schedules need to be available ASAP. Many of our families are trying to figure out what working hours they're going to be able to provide to their employers. So they need to come up with their own work schedules, and that is heavily dependent upon what the class schedules look like. So just wanted to make sure that that is also shared. Enrichment activities, certainly something that will be necessary. So looking forward to hearing what the district can do about that. Outdoor learning, I know there's a lot of work underway on that. So, and that's come up before. Tech training for parents, very excited about the dashboard and the toolkit for parents. I want to make sure that whatever is available, I think there's some sessions coming up next week that if those are in video form, that they live in that dashboard or that toolkit, so that parents who are not able to attend at that time next week can access those at a later time. Response time from teachers, especially as the asynchronous part of the learning takes place, ensuring that response time from teachers is quick. A hotline for parents, again, during that asynchronous learning time, what tools or just a helpline, I guess, for parents when they're trying to help their student in in an asynchronous learning space. Childcare and after school care are incredibly important, and I was glad to hear that a lot of efforts are underway. I just want to make sure that you and I understand that it sounds as though the priority will be on a needs base, but needs looks very differently, right? It's not just income based. It's also we have a lot of essential workers that have to go to work, and their children, they can't take their kids just to work. So I ask that needs be broader than just income based. And an increase in communication is a must. So please keep posting and sharing information as the district is rolling out. And I know this work is happening, and you're having multiple plans happening at the same time. So I just want to recognize that. Social emotional needs need to be addressed, mental health, trauma. So that's already been said. And last but not least, the urging to continue to work with teachers to make sure that this gets rolled out as smoothly as possible. But the big takeaway is March cannot repeat itself. They want something that is more, the expectations are much higher and greater. And then I just want to thank you for the update on the whatever advisory group is happening at the district level, and looking at identifying schools to have the conversation about renaming those schools. As you heard tonight, Sutter is definitely one of those schools that I've heard a lot about. So I'm glad to hear that there is work that's happening and there is a timeline in place. So thank you.
Board Member Minnick.
Great, thanks. This is an announcement. I just wanted to take a second to welcome our new student board member, Issa Sheikh. I am as excited as he is that we have someone representing one of our small alternative high schools here this year, and I think that's really exciting. You know, a year or two ago, I think you were a sophomore, Issa interviewed me for his radio show that was part of his internship for the Met. And I was just blown away and impressed with his questions and his comforts. And I am not at all surprised that his peers elected him to represent them on the board here with us. We've gotten to meet a couple times since he was elected in anticipation of this first meeting. But he's got it dialed in, and I'm really excited. And I think what we saw tonight was a great example. So welcome, Board Member Sheikh.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Member Minnick. And again, Member Shake, we're already better for your participation on the board. Moving on to our next item, item 10. Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Board Member Morowski, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
That's quite all right. I also wanted to welcome Board Member Shake, and it's my honor to represent Area 1, which includes the Met. So I hope we can sit down soon and talk, and would love to chat with you about how we can increase mental health supports to our students. That's a big priority of mine. I wanted to say one thing about outdoor learning, and I'm glad my colleagues were able to share about the meetings that they've had. I was able to do the same, and one of the big things that came out of the meetings I had in July was a lot of interest in outdoor learning. And so I wanted to just give an update on a couple of things that I've been working on that since then. So one is we have formed with just the parents and interested community members that I knew of. We had formed an ad hoc COVID-19 outdoor learning work group. So that's just, an informal group of folks who are interested in, learning more, advocating for, looking at outdoor learning as an option. I think that the science is becoming pretty compelling around the way the virus travels, and that outdoor learning might be a good option. So there's that. I just wanted to make people aware of that. If someone wants to join, just have them email me. Okay. Remember me, I will get in touch. And
doing that because I've had conversation, especially around the burping and bug, and would love to be a partner with you on that as well. So.
Okay, that sounds great. And if any other parents or any of the folks you talk to want to join, just have them email me. There's also a Facebook group called Learn Outside Sacramento. And so I think you can just probably find it. And that's just more of a information sharing type group, no commitments or anything. So the ad hoc committee, we did send a letter to the district as a group, and also to the Sac County Public Health to let them know that, we're interested. We want to make sure that this gets looked at in developing your plan. So I just wanted to update my colleagues on that. And so hopefully we can incorporate that going forward.
Thank you, Member Morowski. Very excited about the outdoor learning conversations. Okay, with that, we are moving on to our next item, board workshop, strategic plan, and other initiatives. 10.1 is the DOS application submission, which will be presented by Steve Ramirez-Fong and Vincent Harris.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. As stated, the goal of this presentation is to seek the board's approval of our application for the dashboard alternative school status eligibility application that we've submitted for 2 of our schools. If we go to the next slide. It's important to note this has been an annual approval that happens every year. What's different about it being presented to you as a workshop item is that the state has changed its criteria, in which, of course, the previous eligibility applications were approved as consent items. This year, the state required it as a board discussion. Just to be clear, though, the discussion is just to make sure that we are properly certifying the at-risk status of the schools, and that's the nature of why it's being brought to you this evening. But with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ramirez-Fong.
Good evening, board and superintendent. Just some brief background. A school in dashboard alternative school status is eligible for alternative accountability measures on the California school dashboard. And this includes modified methods for calculating graduation rate and modified score ranges for the math and English language arts academic indicator. It is important to note that for fall 2020, data won't be reported on the dashboard for these indicators, but they will return for the 2021 dashboard. Next slide, please. Some schools are automatically placed into dashboard alternative school status. Those would be schools that we're not here presenting on this evening, such as American Legion and Success Academy. For other schools, like Capital City and John Morse, they do not automatically qualify, but they can become eligible by demonstrating that at least 70% of their enrollment meets the defined criteria. Next slide, please. To demonstrate eligibility at least 70% of a school's enrollment must belong to one or more of the listed groups. And just noting here that the term high-risk students is used by the California Department of Education for this specific eligibility within DAS and is used differently in other places. Next slide, please. So Capital City School, the district's independent study school, has verified that 75% of the school's total enrollment meets that criteria. The Capital City School serves a diverse range of student needs, including credit deficiency, chronic illness, students who are pregnant and or parenting, continually truant, and other unique circumstances. Next slide, please. John Morse Therapeutic Center has also verified that over 70%, 72% in their case, of their school's enrollment meets the criteria. As a small K-8 school, serving students designated as having emotional disturbance, John Morse provides a more intensive program than was available at other school sites. Following this meeting, we'll be submitting documentation of the board's verification of eligibility, as well as verification of the meeting itself to California, the California Department of Education. And this will be the final step that we'll take as a district in the eligibility process, and then the CDE will make the ultimate determinations. So we are recommending certification of both Capital City Schools and John Morse Therapeutic Center's DAS eligibility. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
No, no public comment.
Okay, do we have any board member comment? All right, Member Garcia?
Just one quick question on Capital City. It's an independent study school, right? How may this distance learning model like impact that particular school? Does it?
I will defer to the principal, Anne-Marie, who's here tonight, and can speak on that.
Good morning, good afternoon, board members. So we're looking at the distant learning as very similar to what we already do, but we're obviously going to make it all virtual and not in person. We've been working extensively this summer to create the program that has the least impact on students accessing their teachers as well as the curriculum. And that is what we're working forward. So the only thing that we're really changing is the in-person. Everything else is going to be done through what the district has asked for through Google Classroom and Zoom meeting.
Okay, for some reason I just thought something else would change, but it's just the mode of delivering the information will change to virtual and everything else will be the same.
Yes, the structure and the curriculum and everything, how we do our program in 12-week increments is still going to stay the same. It'll probably be extended out a little bit at the beginning of the year just for some technological challenges that we're sure going to face with our students and our teachers. But for the most part, we're still going to do same program, just virtually.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. It doesn't look like we have any additional board member comments. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll move it.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Gary,
You have
do we
to
need
roll
take
call.
Yes, can we have a roll call vote?
Let's
And
take
there's
a
a
roll call vote.
student preferential vote as well.
Perfect.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Vang,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Ryan,
Aye.
Member Minnick,
Aye.
Student Board Member Sheikh.
Aye.
Perfect. That's unanimous.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Moving on to item 10.2, the budget revision, which will be presented this evening by Rose Ramos.
Good evening, President Ryan, board members, and superintendent. Tonight, we're going to be presenting to you some budget revisions to the district's 2020-21 budget. And next slide, please. The items we will be presenting on include 3 key items that were included in the state enacted budget, which was signed on June 29th, 2020. They were not included in the district's adopted budget due to the timing of the state budget being signed. And then we're going to discuss the impact of these budget revisions on the multi-year projections, and just an update on the district's fiscal status, and then just some future dates for future budget presentations. So we shared some of this information at the last budget update in July, where we shared that the state enacted budget did eliminate the negative 10% deficit factor, and which had the effective negative COLA of 7.92% to the LCFF revenue. And instead, the state replaced that with a 0 COLA and increased the cash deferrals to offset that change in funding. Of course, this did have the impact of improving the district's projected revenue, but did impact negatively the cash deferrals. So next slide, please. So here's the comparison between the LCFF revenue that was built into the district's adopted budget, which is the bottom line, the May revised 2.3% COLA. And then the top line above that, where it says 0% COLA, that is the new LCFF revenue that is projected for the budget year and the 2 out years based on the 0%. So it is an improvement. If we just go down to that third line there, the projected difference for this year is about 31.5 million. Next year about 31.8, and the third year 27.3 million. So that did provide some relief to the district's budget, certainly. Next slide, please. But as I mentioned earlier, the state did impose some additional cash deferrals. This to the tune of approximately 12 billion statewide. What this means for the district and all districts actually, that instead of just deferring June that we originally thought in May or June, February and March were added to the list of deferrals for the current budget year and the next year. We're not yet certain what this means for the third year out. We've not received that information, but we are planning and have built into this budget revision deferrals for this year and the following year. So for the district, this represents additional cash deferrals of approximately $36 million for this year and $30 million for the next year. And it does decrease our projected cash balance at 6/31/21 by $16 million for roughly a projected ending cash balance of negative $100 million. A huge number, I recognize that it's pretty large, but the deferrals are pretty significant that were imposed on by the state. And just a reminder, one of the comments that was included in the state enacted budget was that, in the event that the federal government does come through with a second wave of relief funding, that the state would attempt to start to back off on these deferrals and provide districts with some relief. And although that probably wouldn't be an ongoing solution, nonetheless, it will help the district and slow down our inevitable fiscal insolvency issue and allow the district time to find a solution to this fiscal issue. So the next slide is just a chart that shows the amount of the deferrals by year. So for February, the amount that's being deferred is 44.44%. That's being deferred all the way until November of the coming year. So that's about 9 months that we have to wait for that 14.2 million in cash. And then for the next year, we have to wait 9 months for 12.3 million. So we did this for each of the month of deferrals. I won't read them all off to you because they're all listed here. But as you can see for this year, for example, the state is holding on to about $110 million in cash that should be received in this year. So that's why it impacts the district so harshly in terms of really increasing that negative cash balance for the district. We were already struggling with the cash issue. This is just, making that situation far worse. So the next slide is just the same information, just in a graph form, just to show the impact quickly. So at a glance, anyone can see how this quickly erodes our cash balance and takes us into the negative. And again, these are projections, right? If there's changes to revenue, changes to expenses, it will certainly impact our outlook on our cash flow. And then the next slide is we're just providing an update. We also shared this information in July on the additional federal funds that we did receive. These were the one-time dollars. There was clarification in the state enacted budget on one of the funding. This one stayed the same. This is the first pop that we got in early March, or the first allocation. There was a 15.8 million. It has the same spending uses, and the time constraints have remained the same. In the next slide, we clarify that the spending date for a portion of the learning loss mitigation funds is different than the bulk of these funds. The majority of these funds have to be spent by December 30th. As of right now, December 30th of 2020, that's 37.6 million. But there's a small piece, $2.8 million, that does not have to be spent fully until September 30th, 2022. Now, it would be ideal if that were reversed, right? Because that would give the district time to spread those funds out and not, go through this mad rush of identifying expenditures to spend down the $37.6 million. What also makes this a little bit challenging are a couple of things. One is that this is on a reimbursement basis only for new expenses. So it doesn't really help the district's ending fund balance in terms of addressing the deficit or addressing, that negative cash flow. We have to spend this money in order to earn it. And then the other thing is that the uncertainty of what our future is going to look like even 2 months from now. Are we going to come back to school physically? Are we going to stay out the whole year, the next 6 months? So that puts another spin on that challenge in terms of planning for how do we spend these funds? Do we stock up on additional distance learning materials or PPE equipment? And we certainly don't want to just rush out and just, buy a warehouse full of items that, we may not have a use for. So we've been pretty thoughtful about this. And I believe the superintendent may want to share some additional information on this slide before I advance to the next one.
No, why don't we just continue, Ms. Rose, and then we'll talk about it during the question and answer piece.
Okay, certainly. So this next slide is just the revised multi-year projections with these budget revisions that we're bringing before you for approval. And the impact is still, as I stated earlier, it's not necessarily positive just because of the one-time money. We are still looking at, that huge deficit. And this year we will make our 2% reserve, but, we will have cash challenges. And again, we're still projecting that for the next 2 years that we will not be able to make our 2% reserve, and we will end with a negative ending fund balance. One other item that is not in these slides, and my apologies, I should have noted it, is that we have not yet closed the books for 1920. So as we all know that once those books are closed, that changes our beginning fund balance. And what we've seen in the last few years is that, you typically do not spend 100% of your budget. There is some savings that's captured, and we do anticipate to see some of those, a little bit of those savings in the unrestricted side under the operational expenses, because we were not, in session the full year. Not sure yet what that number looks like. Staff is working on closing the books now. So just keep that in mind, that you will see a revised beginning fund balance in September. So the next slide is just simply our fiscal status. Of course, because we have we are not able to meet our requirement for the 2 out years, it does remain negative. And then we start to, based on these numbers, start to have some serious cash flow issues starting in February 2021. And of course, running out of cash means fiscal insolvency and needing to take a state loan. And again, depending on how we end the year, if we end positive enough, it may push that February date to March, April. We're not sure until we see that. And again, if the state comes through with additional revenue because they get additional relief, that may also have the impact of pushing that negative cash flow out a few months, or maybe 6 months. And although that doesn't resolve our issue, again, it buys the district time in terms of being able to find a solution and implementing one, possibly for ongoing basis mid-year or perhaps the following year. And then our next slide is simply our next budget dates that you can expect to see updated information. That would be in September when we present the year-end financial statements, which are referred to as the unaudited actuals. And then in October, per the letter that we did receive from SCOE, like we do because our budget is negative, that we are required to submit a formal revised budget by that October 8th deadline, and which we will begin working on as well. Another item that's not on here that I just wanted to bring to your attention is that we are tracking cash flow now monthly. We are looking at it, comparing our actuals to our budget just to see how we're coming in compared to what we anticipated, just so we can catch any, anything that looks, any strange variances or unusual activity a lot sooner. And because we have to, right? If we're at risk of running out of cash soon, we need to be prepared for that. And actually will allow us to really monitor cash a little bit closely. So that's basically it in terms of the budget revisions that we're bringing for approval tonight. And now we can open it up to questions.
Thank you, Rose. As always, you do a phenomenal job taking very complex information and making it relatable and accessible for the board and the public. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No, no public comment.
So we're going to go ahead and take board member questions and comments. I'm just going to remind everyone that we are about an hour and 40 minutes behind schedule right now. And we have a pretty chock full agenda of several other items still to come. So if you can keep your comments and questions brief, and I'll take hands for questions now. Board member Garcia.
Thank you, Rose, for the great update and all of the information. It's anyway, it's very digestible, so I really appreciate that. I do have a question about the exemption available to districts that, to me, Sac City would fit that sort of definition of or meet the eligibility for the exemption. Meaning that the district would get those funds and would not have to those funds would not have to be deferred. So it would avoid the district having to get a loan, which means that it costs money, right? So wondering, has the district explored what that criteria would be, and just making sure that it meets the that exemption? I guess that is available for districts.
Yes, we have, Member Garcia. It's a really good question. We just had that discussion again today. We've been talking with SCOE about this and doing the research and reading the Ed Code. What it does say about applying for the waiver is that it's available for districts in order for them to avoid fiscal insolvency or running out of cash or having to get a state loan. Our situation is just a little bit different in that we were already there prior to this. So, and Ed Code is silent on that piece. And so we're waiting for more clarification because, of course, if we definitely can apply for that waiver, that if we're successful, that would help. But again, I'm also told that there's only a limited amount of funds available for the entire state. So we would, I think, if this were to make an impact on the district, we would take about maybe half of whatever is available. So again, I'm waiting for more clarification on that, and I have been talking with SCOE regularly on that. So so more to come on that. Definitely, we're not giving up.
So I'd also encourage us that if Ed Code is silent on what happens in a district who is already in that situation, that maybe we need to have a conversation about how that needs to change so that a district that's already in that situation is not further accelerated to go into fiscal insolvency. So anyway, I think there is an opportunity to have a bigger conversation if it needs to be had to make sure that the district does take advantage of the waiver or is eligible for that waiver. Even if it's in a limited form, it's still better than nothing. And then just one other question, just keeping in mind the time. do you anticipate using some of these one-time dollars maybe for purchasing textbooks? I have heard from some parents in my community that they are concerned about students spending so much time on Zoom or electronics, and maybe accelerating the purchase of textbooks if necessary, whether they're existing textbooks or textbooks that need to be adopted, so that those textbooks can then go to the students, and then the teachers can, even in a distance learning environment or a blended environment, can assign, can assign from those textbooks, but the students not necessarily having to be online all the time. So I just wanted to provide that as feedback and just ask the question to see if those conversations are happening.
Yeah, they may be. And would you mind if I asked our Chief Academic Officer, Christine, if you could comment on that?
Sure. We do have textbooks I think that's a really great question. And we do have textbooks for our students. What we're doing in secondary ed is we're asking if students want a textbook, because we do have availability for all of our textbooks online. But I think you bring up a good point, that we do know that we have families and students who would prefer either a support person to have a hard copy and or the student to have a hard copy. So we're offering those to students. And then also if they start into the distance learning and then they decide that they need a textbook, even if for a particular subject, we are prepared to make sure that they can have that textbook. So I think it's a really good question, and we are doing in our distribution, we're distributing textbooks to our elementary students, and in secondary ed, we're asking if there's a need, and then distributing. We're also working, and I would just like to share with the public a reminder that in the spring, when we passed out textbooks, we're down by about 40%. We usually know that we lose 10 to 15, but we're down by about 40% of our textbooks. So we're asking our community to please help by returning the textbooks so that we can sanitize and get them distributed back out to our students. But we have also looked at, if we need to purchase, being prepared to purchase additional to make sure any student who asks can have a textbook.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate hearing that, because I think it would be a great option, whether it's from the outset or during, that you just want to have a textbook rather than doing online assignments. So thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Board Member Minnick.
Thank you. Ms. Ramos, I just want to clarify, because I'm trying to wrap my brain around kind of, we talked a bunch about exemptions and waivers. Did I understand correctly when you talked about the negative cash flow into February, that if we, for some reason, do not qualify for these opportunities, or if there isn't enough funding available from the state, that we're now identifying February as our point where we would run out of cash? Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. Based on these projections, yes, that's exactly correct.
Okay. So, and these waivers and whatnot, nothing is a guarantee. So we should be theoretically identifying that as our like kind of date to be working toward resolving all of our issues around negotiations and everything that where we can look at cost savings, correct?
Yeah, that is correct as of right now. And I keep saying that because we've not closed the books yet. And so I just want to make sure that I'm preparing everyone that expect the beginning fund balance to change. And so these numbers will change slightly depending on how we land in terms of our expenditures. It may be that February it becomes March, or maybe it stays at February. So staff is doing that now. And I'll have a better indication in the next couple of weeks on that. I mean, we'll bring you the formal report in September for sure.
But either way, we're looking at like, with the exception of these, other possible kind of life-saving kind of things, we're looking at something within the confines of this school year, which is pretty scary. And as what, I'm not seeing a whole lot of, final negotiated agreements with our partners happening right now. This is making me extremely nervous because that's essentially 6 months away.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you, Ms. Ramos, for that presentation. Always clear and good to know the detail, even if the detail is not good. And I think, Member Minnick, you called it right. You like to pretend like you're not a budget guy, but you you definitely understood that we are in a very bad place right now with this budget report. So I guess a couple things I wanted to talk about. So first, the federal funds and the federal funds that were passed down from the state, the CARES Act funds. That's a good chunk of money. But I just want to make sure I'm clear that is not a bailout or something that is really helpful for Sac City's bottom line, because it's restricted funds, right? It's for new expenses. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And it's all reimbursement. So that's the other challenge, is that we have to put the money out front first, and then get reimbursed. So as far as we heard last year, I'm hearing that there might be, an advance, but I've not received anything, formal to that effect.
Okay. Yeah, that's even worse for a district like ours who has cash flow issues to begin with. So I guess on the CARES Act funding, I also, and I appreciate we had an opportunity to touch base on this earlier, but I wanted to make sure I stated for the record, just reiterate the desire to have the CARES Act funding allocation be brought to the board. And what's been spent so far, what do you propose expenses to be? Because I think it's really important that we know, whether there are that many, tens of millions of actual hard COVID-related or learning loss mitigation expenses that then, we're happily just allocating to pay for, or do we have an opportunity to have some decision points about how to prioritize any remaining funds? I think that's what really needs to be brought to the board and for the community to understand, and I'm not saying that we do, and I know the time is very short, but I think we need to have that conversation. So I would request at next meeting, either have it on the agenda, or at least have the CARES Act proposed allocation and what's been spent so far, as part of our consent agenda, so we can at least see what that is. I guess the other thing I wanted to request is that Ms. Ramos, you indicated that the cash flow is being tracked monthly. I would just appreciate if we can include, if it's something that could be included in the board packets as you're tracking, to make sure that if there are any changes, that we are made aware of that as well.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, excellent. And then last thing, I guess this sort of seems like stating the obvious, but we're in big fiscal trouble, and we're looking at a budget update without any expenditure reductions proposed. So, generally when you say, okay, we're running out of cash in a few months, you also bring some ideas to the table as far as what we need to cut, if that's the only option we have. So I think I'd just like to hear your perspective on that. Like, what's the plan for making any cuts?
Well, we have not yet identified anything specifically, but we brought some ideas. I think it was last spring, and so we've not really taken action to implement those, and we can certainly, I suppose, bring some back. Superintendent, I think you're trying to comment too.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Rose, and thank you for raising that concern, Member Morawski. We are still committed to what we've been saying all along, as we have provided updates to the board around the need for us to include some of the savings that we have identified as part of our negotiations process, that we've been very clear with the board about. But again, your point is a fair one. We will have to start looking at that more deeply and engaging our Board of Education in that discussion as well. And one of the things that I do want to make sure that we discuss is whether there's anything else that the board would ask of us in terms of vetting and verifying the information that was presented this evening. Of course, you know that because of SCOE stay and rescind authority, this is information that had to go through SCOE, that they have vetted and verified this information. But I do know and won't disregard that there are questions that people raise and narratives about our budget challenges. And so I would welcome any guidance or feedback that the board might have as you engage with constituents throughout our community, as to how do we make sure that we are more clear and can speak with a great accuracy that in fact what you have said, what Member Minnick have said, is exactly the situation that we face over the course of the next few months, because that is something that has been a challenge for us, I think, here in Sac City Unified. So any ideas that you might have, I think we have already gone through this process with many stakeholders that I think are very independent, who have verified this information. And so today, the information is not anything that is different than what we have presented, except that we are getting closer to that date, and we will have to bring back and have some of those very difficult discussions.
Okay. Superintendent. Sorry, go ahead.
I would just ask that we do that as soon as possible, because the sooner we act, the more options we have, and the less painful it will be. But I think we have no choice. We can't go over the cliff, and we can't wait. And we just need to know, and especially given the situation's changed in terms of what districts are even able to do to reduce expenses. I think we need a better picture of what is actually even on the table. Thanks.
I do, Superintendent, want to remind the board, and maybe it merits having Superintendent Gordon and our fiscal advisor, Terry Ryland, come and speak with the board again, because these options that we have before us will decimate our student services and our ability to meet the needs of students. And so we have negotiated options, and then we have everything else. We know how dire those choices are. I think, something that puts it in perspective for me is we want the menu of options, but then when things like parent participation preschool get talked about being eliminated, it is absolutely catastrophe. And so, there is, I think, a recognition that if we value services to students, if we value enrichment that is not subpar, that is on par with what we see in neighboring districts, we have very few options that are not painful options that will gravely impact the most vulnerable students among us. And I know that that has been consistently what our fiscal advisor has said and what Superintendent Gordon has said. I think it would be helpful to hear from them again. I also just want to, ask Rose to respond to the question. So, we're in a better fiscal position than we were based upon the May revise in terms of the LCFF revenue projections. We have been able to benefit from some cash deferrals, which we know does not get us out of the red. And we're slowing down the potential of insolvency, but you have said, potentially we run out of cash as soon as February. And so how do you respond to the criticism or the narrative that's in the public that, we consistently project a deficit and then end up with a surplus? I know that we have a multi-year budget projection that still fails to meet the state legally mandated 2% reserves. But can you, in layman's terms, explain that for the public once again?
Sure, I'll try my best to do that briefly. One is that we are not necessarily always in control of our budget based on what we plan that we're going to spend and we're going to receive from the state. We've seen that this year was a really good example. You saw the fluctuation in the projected revenue that we thought we were going to get from the state in January. COVID happened, it changed, and then changed again. And we provided 3 scenarios of, if it's this one, this is what it's going to look like. And if it's this one, this is what it's going to look like. And that can be very confusing, and it could also create, some kind of distrust among the public that, we don't know what the numbers are, they're so different. But it's not because we don't know, it's because we really don't know what the state is going to give us. The other factor that plays a role in this as well is that you can plan the year to spend X amount of dollars on staffing. Things don't always work out according to plan. You may have delayed there may be reasons that might delay the hiring, so you'll have some savings there. And the same is true for expenses. And another reason, I'm just off the top of my head, is when you receive funding from grantors, sometimes they don't come, at the beginning of the year to take effect July 1. They may come mid-year, and so you're scrambling to hurry up and implement something. And so you may end up with swings at the end of the year. But the thing is that we just explain them, and you explain them in detail. This is why it happened. It wasn't that it was improper budgeting. It was just some items that were not within the district's control. And this is true for many districts. And that's why most of us have what we call carryover, or sometimes in some districts, they end up spending more and not something within their control either. I hope that kind of clarified that a little bit.
So thank you, Ms. Ramos. So you did talk about kind of the uncertainty of what we believe we will get with the state revenue streams. But I think this other point that you bring up is so important, which is if we were to budget down to the dollar, it would potentially be disastrous if revenue does not materialize at the projected levels as adjustments are made throughout the budget process.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Do we have other questions or comments from board members? Looks like we have none. So we're going to be taking action on this item. First, I want to ask for an extension. We're going to need to extend the board meeting past 10:30 p.m. So I'm going to ask for an extension to 11:30 at this time. If we don't use it, I will be thrilled, but I think potentially we will. Okay, thank you. And do we have all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Wonderful, thank you. So now we're going to motion to approve this budget adjustment, and this will be a roll call vote. Do I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, actually, sorry, roll call vote, Superintendent. You're on mute.
Member Ryan,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Vang,
Yes.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Minnick.
Aye.
Is there a preferential vote?
Yes.
I don't-
Yes.
Okay, there is.
Student Board Member Shake,
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. Item 10.3, approve submission of credential waiver applications this evening, presented by Kansi McCarn.
Good afternoon, good evening. It's late. Hello, Board President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. This item, as well as the next one, is going to be presented by our credential auditor, Tammy Mora, and then we will be available for questions.
I think, Tammy, you're muted.
Ms. McCarn, we can't hear.
You can't hear? Okay. Can you just turn it up a little? That's okay. Go ahead, Ms. Mora.
Should I start over? EDCO provides an opportunity for districts to waive a portion of credential requirements in order to allow educators a little more time to complete their credential requirements. In order to submit credential waiver applications for certificated employees in need, CTC, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, requires a public notice process and board approval prior to submission of any waiver applications. This is why we're here this evening. Next slide. Here are the data trends of credential waiver requests for our district over the last few years. Note that at this point, there are just 2 so far this year. We are continuously working with our employees to meet their credential requirements. Next slide. I'm on 10.3. They have up 10.4. Okay. Next slide. This year, the applicants are CTE teachers, currently working on meeting their CTC requirements in order to obtain their English language authorization. Next slide. The 2 waivers requested this evening will allow these 2 teachers the additional time needed in order to complete their English language authorization credential requirements while they continue to work with our students. Next slide. Questions and answers to it. Are there any questions or questions?
Okay, before we take questions, do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Okay, do we have any board member questions on this item for the credential waivers? Board Member Garcia.
I have a question. Thank you. I have a question on slide 4 of your presentation. And there's the numbers are pretty different from like 2019-20 to 2020-21. So I'm just wondering, it just caught me by surprise because I would have expected maybe for more credential waiver requests given the pandemic. So I'm just wondering what happened because you're only asking for 2 waiver requests, right?
Oh, correct. Can you hear me? Yeah, so
I can hear you.
Thank you. I had technical issues a few minutes ago, so I apologize. We have been working really hard with our educators that in the previous years have utilized the waivers in order to support and encourage and work them through the process on meeting the requirements. And we've had a lot of them that this last year have completed their requirements and they're still with us here. So they're no longer in need of waivers, which is really good.
Okay, so in past years, there were more that you needed to seek a waiver for, but now are fully credentialed.
Correct.
So these are the only two. Okay.
So far, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we don't have any other board member questions on this item. This is an action item also for roll call vote. Do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, Superintendent, please call roll.
Member Ryan,
Aye.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Minnick,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Vang,
Yes.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Student Board Member Shake.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Item 10.4, approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2020-2021 school calendar year.
Thank you. Okay. Additionally, we are here to present for the board approval the annual declaration of need to be on file with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing for the 2020-21 school year. Similar to prior years, this request provides the district the needed flexibility to fill positions in identified areas and allow educators that meet minimum requirements the support and time needed to complete requirements of the credential. Next slide.
Okay, it looks like we might have some problems unless others can see the slide deck. I am not seeing the slide deck right now.
It looks like we just got a message just saying that they're having
Technical difficulties. Okay. Are you able to do the presentation without the slides?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, looks like it came.
Okay.
We now have it live on the screen.
We could go to slide 3. There we go. Okay. Here are the trends of the prior year's requests for declaration of need, which are similar to this year. Slide 4. Here shows specifically the types of emergency permits needed based on history, trends, and what we have done in an effort to hire fully prepared educators. Next. Are there any questions?
Let's first take public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. We have one written and one live comment from Liz Ginn. So I will start with the written comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Which is from Rick Vasquez. And it says, I would like to see more of a focus on getting fully qualified educators prior to the school year every year so the district may limit what my child and her cohort of classmates lived at Hiram Johnson for math and Spanish last year, which was 2 teacher vacancies to start off their first year of high school. Not engaging at all for some of your most needed help students. This creates negative feeling toward the school site. I thought the basics of an education would start with a fully qualified teacher. Without that, we won't get anything done. Don't tell me otherwise, as we just lived it. Please quit the merry-go-round of failing the most needed help school sites. Johnson has had at least 16 teacher vacancies make it onto the SARC report the last 5 years, and that is just the number on paper. The actual number of persons put in front of students is higher. As for math, my daughter had 8 teachers in 1 year, but counts as only 1 teacher vacancy. The 8th teacher blamed my child for not being engaged in distance learning. All I wanted was some empathy when I let her know the situation this year, but she was too good for that. We are asking for 77 permits in total, at least 77 positions, and hundreds of students will not be serviced in the same manner as others. The district is pushing equity, but you can't even get all our kids fully credentialed teachers. There will never be equity until this happens. I believe many of these permits will be used at your struggling sites that have students that don't have time to wait for fully credentialed teachers, just as we have lived at Johnson. There's 27 teacher-related positions on the website right now. Are those jobs included in the 77 permits? Those hires will not have much time to get ready for the school year, and some of those positions will likely start the year off with substitutes. And then we had the live comment from Liz Guillen, but it looks like she is no longer online.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, wait, here she is.
Sorry. Hello. Hi, this is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Thank you for turning to public comment. This item is asking you, the board, to make a declaration to the state that the district needs teachers and it needs a permission to hire less than fully prepared teachers, interns, and teachers with limited or emergency permits. From the item, it looks like the district is anticipating to need 31 special permits and having 50 intern teachers. I don't know if there's any overlap in these numbers, but if one of these teachers is assigned to your child's class, I don't believe it would count as a vacancy. However, it would indicate a really increased need for support, something that the district should provide, and definitely in the distance learning mode. It's important to understand that intern teachers tend to be collectively placed at some of the lowest performing schools, at some of the hardest to staff schools, and some of the hardest to teach subjects, with students who would be considered our priority students. And the same is true for teachers with even less training, those with emergency permits. Under the state's plan, under the federal government, an equitable distribution of teachers is one that the county offices of ed can raise when they provide assistance to low-performing schools. I request that the board make sure that this issue be a part of the review by the county and the collaborative. Why the district has so much problem with this issue of vacancies and special permits, because it is essential to the foundational first teaching that it speaks about in its plan to return to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guillen. So at this point, we will take board member questions and comments. I do want to ask Kansi, I know that we're at a level consistent with last year in terms of the necessity for this permit, but I do want to ask you if you can provide a simple explanation of the hiring practices that make it difficult to be able to recruit early enough in order to fill these positions with fully credentialed teachers.
Sure, and just a couple of things. This declaration of need is for the entire year, just in case we need them to be able to fill vacancies. CTC does not allow a district to request for any of the permits or credentials noted unless the board publicly approves this. So without this, we would just be coming back every time before we could hire a teacher who needed a little extra time. And in some cases, it is, and like you just saw and approved in the waivers, those teachers completed the initial level of their credential, their preliminary levels, and part of clearing their credentials includes this additional component, so they need more time to complete it. Those are the two waivers that you just saw. So the declaration of need does not speak necessarily to current vacancies. What it speaks to is sometime during the school year, we want to be sure that if we needed to, in order to cover a class, we would be able to work with SCOE, with CTC to request the permits as defined within. President Ryan, you asked, so I just wanted to address that question first. You asked about the hiring process. So there are a number of things that go into the hiring process throughout the year. We have a few places where we are required to engage in very specific things. For example, our calendar starts much later than surrounding districts, which means that oftentimes it is the case where, because a teacher, of course, would want to be able to begin as quickly as possible to start earning salary and benefits, that is more appealing if you sometimes have a position that starts in the school year before others. So that is a component. Additionally, throughout the interview process, we are limited in the number of applicants that we can send forward for positions. For example, if there are 20 applicants for a position, we send forward 7 applicants, depending on the time of year, at most 7. So there are a number of things that add into it. What I will say is that we have been focusing on this very specifically because we did not want to start the school year like we started last school year. Even though knowing we are in distance learning and there are additional complications that come with that, our fill rates are higher than they were last year. I know specifically we heard from a parent at Hiram Johnson, and as of right now, Hiram Johnson is fully staffed. And I say as of right now because teachers also have the ability, should they choose, to apply for other positions and vacate in between now and the start of the school year. So it is a little bit ongoing and a little bit rotational. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for that very clear explanation. I appreciate that. Okay, do we have any other board member questions or comments? Board Member Garcia.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I just 2 more questions. Just how do we compare to other districts? I know you talked about when we start the school year, that impacts the hiring process. So I'm just wondering, how do we rank compared to others in approving these declarations at the beginning of the year?
Well, I will say that taking a declaration of need before a board to start the year is not an unusual practice, especially in the very hard to fill positions such as special education and others. Districts want to provide themselves with a blanket, with the ability to be able to send to CTC, hire a teacher knowing that they are working on their intern credential, let's say, or they potentially have everything they need, as we saw with our CTE teachers, but we know that they will need an additional piece, or perhaps they're from out of state and they have a year to take the CBEST in a typical year, and will need time to do that. So this allows the district to say, we are going to support you, and we do have a new teacher support department that has an induction program that provides support previously to preliminary credential holders, but also to student teachers and also to interns, to individuals newly in the field and in our system. So it is the opportunity. So it's not to say that all of these will be used. It's to say, here's what we would like to have in case needed. Otherwise, coming back to you each and every board meeting, and we wouldn't be able to apply until we had the approval. As you saw in Ed Code, that is part of it. District has to be able to have this on file and approved at a public meeting before any submissions could be made to CTC. So it would further reduce our ability to staff timely.
So I appreciate the clarification that it's kind of like a pre-planning tool so that you're ready to go when you need to. But in terms of the number that is identified, the presentation I had was like at 77. So how do we compare in terms of that number? Because it's consistent, right, from year to year. So are we kind of aligned with other school districts that also have in the 70s year after year? So I just wanted to gauge from that perspective.
Yeah, we will have to follow back up with you on the actual number that other districts submit as they engage in their annual declaration of need practice. So that is something we can follow up with and provide you at a later time.
Thank you. And I'm glad to hear about that induction program because they're critical to supporting teachers early in their career and for retention, right? So, glad to hear about that. Thanks.
Sorry, thank you. Looks like that was all our board member comments and questions. Oh, board member Pritchett, I keep on missing the left side of the screen.
That's okay. I was just gonna move this
Oh,
on.
okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those, oh, and this is also a roll call vote. Please, Superintendent, call roll.
Member Ryan,
Aye.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Minnick,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Vang,
Yes.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Student Board Member Shake.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you. The motion carries. We're moving on to our next item, which is the consent agenda. Because we were unable to get to one of the items in closed session, we will need to pull item 11.1 P, which was around a staff recommendation for expulsion from the consent agenda. Do we have a motion? And
President, excuse me, there is one public comment on item 11.1I, the CONAP.
Okay.
It is from the DLAC, Yova Ayaya Santa Maria, Liana Sanchez, and Vilia Mercado. And it says consolidated application was presented to DLAC at a special meeting on August 18, when the Director of State and Federal Funding solicited multilingual for a meeting with DLAC late July due to an impending timeline. We encourage the Director of State and Federal Funding to host a special meeting with the support of multilingual to coordinate language accessibility and advertising to all DLAC members. However, our members did not receive notice of this meeting from multilingual or the Director of State and Federal Funding, and without our members in attendance, DLAC Council was not comfortable moving forward. The Director of State and Federal Funding is invited to present at our September DLAC meeting so that our members have the opportunity to participate in the CONAP review presentation. It should be noted that DLAC had repeatedly reached out to the Director of State and Federal Funding to present the CONAP during the 2019 to 2020 school year, and so participation was confirmed by the multilingual director and CONAP was included on December's DLAC agenda, nobody showed up to present.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti.
With that, I will move this item with removal of the item.
I think we have a board member comment. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a brief comment on agenda item 11.1C relating to the uniform complaints and the reporting. Just that if these types of items will be in the consent part of the agenda, we need more background in terms of what the issue was for the complaint and how it was resolved. Otherwise, it's just it just doesn't tell me very much. So it's just a request I've already submitted to the superintendent. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So with that, we will do a board roll call vote. Let's start with our student preferential vote, and then superintendent, please call roll.
Student Board Member Shake.
Aye.
Member Ryan.
Aye.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Minnick.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Vang.
Yes.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. Item 12.0, business and financial information and reports. Receive business and financial information and reports, including the purchase order reports. I do want to ask, based on Rose Ramos's presentation tonight, that we add to the receipt of business and financial reports the monthly cash flow statement moving forward. I think that would be extremely helpful to keep our eye on the ball as we try to avoid insolvency. Item 13.0, future board meeting locations and dates. Our next board meeting is scheduled for 4:30 p.m. on September 3rd, closed session, 6 p.m. open session. So with that, I will go ahead and take a motion to adjourn. Trustee Shake, as we end your first meeting, I apologize that it was a long one, but thank you for your eloquent remarks.
Would you like to close us?
Sure. Do I just motion to adjourn?
Yes.
All right. Then I motion to adjourn.
And I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everyone. Stay healthy and safe.
Bye-bye.
Good night.